All right. Hello. Oh, did everybody leave like right before there were 4 viewers and then they all left because I had the hold on screen because I wasn't quite ready to start yet. I was going to give it a few minutes for people to start coming in, hopefully. Where'd everybody go? Well, hopefully people will start showing up eventually. Actually, one second. I forgot to do one thing here. There. Forgot to turn my light on. Let's get situated here. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just get started with what I'll just assume you're probably watching this on YouTube after the fact, so little introductory thing for what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, a whole bunch of backstory. Let's get this out of the way. First of all, how do you like my new layout? You might have seen it when I last streamed a few months ago when I played a World of Horror for Halloween. You might have seen this one for about a minute before I switched over to the horror themed version of it, so now's this one's chance to shine. So yeah, first of all, the reason this stream is happening in the first place, I haven't done an art stream in a few years. The last one I did was the pixel art. I was doing the Final Fantasy VII remake cast, because I was doing a remake of my original little cheapy pixel characters, and then the remake came out, so I remade them in a new pixel chibi style. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, I haven't really done any art streams since then. I've been doing art, I just haven't been streaming, because, I don't know, I haven't had time, and streaming kind of takes a lot of preparation, and I need to have a clear schedule for the most part, and I have to want to do it, and I haven't really been motivated to stream. But yeah, anyway, the reason this stream is happening is Wizards of the Coast posted this on Twitter. It is called Twitter. It's a promo for some, I guess, new cards or something that are coming out. I don't really follow Magic. I've never played it or anything, so I don't know what the exact thing that they're promoting is. I'm guessing they're new cards that are coming out or something, but the thing that really made some people mad was the fact that they very obviously used AI to make this background, and and then they lied about using it, because people called them out, and then they made a post saying this was made by humans, it was not made by AI, and then everybody on Twitter basically just completely tore it apart. Let me find the full version of it. Here it is. So, yeah, the first thing that a lot of people pointed out was this pressure gauge here. It's supposed to be like a steampunk sort of antique-looking laboratory or workshop, I guess. So you got all these like weird valves and nonsensical gizmos and things, which is fine because that's the steampunk sort of aesthetic. But yeah, people pointed out this gauge here and how the numbers are all screwed up here along the numbers, and the little tick lines are kind of getting all screwed up there on the end. And then there's just a lot of weird edges and everything in here. And this is all signs that this was generated by AI and not drawn by a human artist, because a human artist would not make mistakes like this and not have these weird messed up edges, and this pipe looks all weird, and these cables here just kind of seem stuck into the side of this random device here, and you can't really tell what's going on with these edges here, like this little part that's coming out. And then obviously the cards are fine because those were like photoshopped in after the fact. These light bulbs are looking really weird. Somebody did point out that this is how these light bulbs actually look, so it's not the construction of the light bulb that's the problem, but there's some weird stuff going on with like the glass, because AI doesn't do reflections very well. It doesn't do a lot of things very well, but you only notice if you actually look at it. Like, if you were just looking at this, if you scrolled past this on Twitter, you probably wouldn't think anything of it, but and then there's these cables here. It starts out as very clearly 3 different cables, but then this 4th one kind of splits off, and then they merge back in when they come up here. And then I don't know what's going on here. You could tell me that they were maybe wrapped in like some tape or something, but yeah, it also seems to clip through this random little thingamajig here. And then this window back here has this patch of weird texture that messes up the edge of the cable there. So AI doesn't do edges and consistency very well. Like, you will not see a lot of really smooth, hard edges because it has to basically blend a whole bunch of stolen content together to make that. Like, even here, this should be like kind of straight, but it's like everything about this, the more you look at it, the more wrong it looks. Like, even these book pages, they don't line up, and a human artist would not make these mistakes. And as far as I can tell, like the background looks okay, but probably only because it's sort of out of focus. But yeah, there's just a lot of nonsensical stuff going on here that a human would be able to, like, if you asked a human why they drew something the way they drew it, they'd be able to tell you. Like, I put this thing here because I wanted it to look like, you know, whatever, whatever, whatever. You can't ask an AI that. The AI doesn't know. It only is mashing together stuff that you told it to mash together to make something that it thinks you want. So AI sucks. That's what I'm getting at. And if you use AI instead of hiring a real human artist to make your promotional material, or God forbid, your actual card art, the product that you actually sell, which, as far as I know, they haven't done. They have had artists that were accused of and found to be stealing art to make art for the cards, but as far as I know, they haven't been caught yet, at least, using AI to make actual cards. Anyway, but yeah, so we were talking about this. I was talking about this on Discord with some of my friends, and then I had the idea I should try and make that myself, and I bet I can do it better. And I was going to do it with Blender because that's what I've mostly been using for like all of my art lately. And honestly, I've never been that good at like painting and like Photoshop and all that stuff, so I could not do this in Photoshop. I could not draw this, but I could model it. I could render it. I could make these textures. I can make the materials. I can light it correctly. And yeah, I can do this in Blender. And I bet I can do it pretty quickly. And yeah, that's what I was. And then I figured I haven't done an art stream in a while, so maybe I'll do that on stream. I'll do it live. So I've got Blender open, and yeah, I think I will I want this to go well, so I'm going to make a sacrifice to the Blender gods and not delete the default cube like everybody always does. I think. And I'm not going to try to recreate it like one for one, but I'll just kind of use it as a basic reference, and I'll make it... I'll make something that makes a little more sense, like compositionally, like from the composition standpoint. So it'll probably be like a similar setup, but everything will make a little more sense. There won't be these cables that seem to split out and then come back together, and they won't clip through things unless I miss some place where it does, because it's a 3D model, so there'll be an excuse for that happening. This is just a AI making a mistake, a non-human mistake. So, yeah. Well, actually, the first thing I'm going to do is pull in my texture library. My materials, rather. So I'm just going to pull these in, all these materials. All of these. So now if I go in there, I should have, yep, all my materials. So, oh, my Blender defaults to Eevee, even though I've been using Cycles almost exclusively since I figured out how to get it to actually work with my graphics card, so... I don't know, I still use Eevee sometimes, like if I'm just modeling and not really planning to render something, but yeah, Cycles is the way to go for better realistic renders. So let's use the default cube here and just make that wooden table surface. And there we go. And we'll just stretch that out a bit. There. And I've got a wooden table surface with some worn edges. Actually, I can make those a little more worn. Let's see, where was that? Is that this one? Nope, it's this one. This color ramp. So if I mess with that, it'll cause the edges to creep in a little more. And I just want the edge to be... I want the edges to be worn, but not, like, excessively worn. Just because that's kind of how it is in the... if you look at the edge of the table here, it's got those kind of worn edges. Let's get that light out of here for a minute. Yeah, not really any reason I wanted to start with a table first. I just didn't want to... I wanted to use the default cube just because, but yeah. So now we got that. And let's set up the camera so it... So it's sort of... Dang it. Whoops. Ah. Did I close that again? Gosh dang it. I should just leave that open. Sorry. Okay. Okay. I'll just have it open on my other monitor there. I'm not even using that for anything right now. I just have Twitch open, but I also have it on my other monitor where OBS is capturing. So anyway, yeah. So it's sort of at this angle. Yeah. Okay. And then... yeah. That's one thing down already. Let's make that a little shinier, actually. It is very polished, shiny wood, and it's not... it doesn't seem to be that heavily textured, so let's turn the bump down. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So now I've got the table here. Let's just inset that, extrude that down, so it's... yeah. There we go. One thing down already. How about that? Took me, what, 2 minutes? So actually, I've never really made like a scene with like a scene in mind from the beginning. Usually what I do is I make something just random like that I wanted to make, and then I'll build a scene around it when I want to actually render it. So I'm kinda not really 100% sure on where to start, but I think probably the room, the walls of the room. So I'll just make another big cube. And the ceiling in the AI thing is not visible, so I can delete those. And let's see how that looks. The wall should be much farther back. I mean, not much farther back, but significantly farther back than it is. Oops, is that clipping? That should not be clipping. Okay, this... Another thing I always have trouble with in Blender is scaling. Everything I make, I just make it like the default scale, and it turns out that's huge, massive. So I thought the default cube is supposed to be 1 meter, like in Blender units. So if I add a cube in here, like that should be 1 cubic meter. But my view for the camera here, where is that? It clips at 100 meters, which means the back wall was more than 100 meters away from it. So, I don't know. Scaling in Blender is always something that's been weird to me. I don't like that. It really causes me problems when I'm trying to make like miniatures for like when I'm trying to sculpt stuff, because it scales them. Like when I import a pre-made one that somebody else made, like from Hero Forge or from Thingiverse, and I use that to scale the models that I make, the minis that I make, and it's always massive compared to the thing I made. So the thing I made is scaled very tiny in comparison, so I have to scale it up a lot. But then I have this camera clip telling me that it's clipping at 100 meters, so yeah, I don't know. Whoops, is that? Nope. Oh, I didn't clip it to the... I didn't lock it to the view. That's why it wasn't going. Okay. So now this should be a much better scale, in theory. So let's pull in some, just the angle. Yeah. Yeah, a little more that way. Okay. And then we have a window on the back wall, so I'm just going to inset that. Adjust that. Move it over some. It's a pretty big window. It actually goes off out of the frame. So that's probably good, and then I can just delete that. That looks very strange, though. Like outside of the like, as far as like the angle of the camera and everything, it's fine, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense for a window to be like in that corner. I guess I could move this wall out. I just want it to make sense. Like, I don't want it to be... You shouldn't just put stuff in to be putting stuff in. It's better if it makes sense. Because usually when you're... Whatever you're creating, when you're making real art, you're there's like a reason for everything that gets put into it. And that's another thing that AI doesn't do. It doesn't make choices. It doesn't know what story you're trying to tell with what art you're making. So it just knows vaguely what a steampunk workshop looks like. So it knows to throw these random things in there, and like it knows, oh, it's a room, maybe it should have a window with some like panes of glass or something on it. It doesn't, it's not creative. It doesn't make design choices. So I'm going to make one here and adjust this window. And there should be something outside of it, but I don't have it. Wait, where's the... Oh, I thought I deleted that. Ah! Delete faces. There we go. I guess I undid something and forgot. I didn't realize that I undid it. Okay, so we want this angle. And speaking of things that don't make sense, like it doesn't really make sense to me for this workshop, workbench or whatever this is supposed to be quite as high up as I have it. It should be bigger. And if you want to get really technical, it should have legs, but they're not going to be, probably not going to be visible. So yeah, when you're making stuff in 3D, you have to consider what's going to actually be visible in the shot that you're making. And it looks like the legs actually are visible. That's slightly annoying. Let's just cut those. Inset. Ah. And alright. Cycles is kind of being annoying. So let's do that, and then just repeat scale on those. And then we'll just extrude those down. There. To the floor, more or less. So how's that look? Better, I think. Also, when I do the lighting, it'll probably have most of this in shadow anyway, because it is pretty heavily lit from above, so it won't make much difference. Let's... Whoops. Ah. Front. There we go. Bring those closer to the sides. Oop. Yeah, that'll be fine. How's that? That's working. And then we have the window there. Okay. Let's see. Let's make shelves. That should be easy. Oops, not a plane. Cube. I really need to mess with some of the default scale settings, because that's going to be annoying, trying to make these primitives to work with. So we got 2 shelves. I can work with 2 shelves. It makes sense to have 2 shelves. It makes sense to have multiple shelves. So I'll let the AI get away with that, at least. Let's Let's move the table a little back from those. Maybe the table's closer to the wall. And I'll have to adjust the field of view. The crap, what's it called? The focal length at some point, but yeah, I'm just kind of blocking out the scene for the most part here. Not really worrying too much about how it looks in the camera just yet. At least I shouldn't be doing that yet. Build the scene and then worry about the camera placement and all that. Alright, so let's do some cuts. Looks like 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 shelves. And it appears to have, it looks like it's at least 5 shelves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's maybe a drawer there in the middle, which I will allow as making sense to me, but let's see what I can, oops, inset, nope, stop, double tap inset, there we go, to do individual inset faces, and just extrude those in. Why does that look strange? Because those are very thick shelves, that's why. Let's not extrude that. God dang it, there we go. Not quite so much. How's that? That's better, I think. And I can scale it out. Oh, jeez. There. Okay. And let's just put the shiny wood texture on that. I might copy and adjust that texture because it's a shelf and not a polished table, but we'll worry about that later. So now we have the 2 shelves. Okay, the floor is throwing me off. It's not supposed to be visible in this shot. I will worry about that later. I will worry about what's supposed to be visible and how it's supposed to look later after I've got more stuff built. You don't really see the walls very well. There's shelves in front of this wall, and then you can see bare wall behind there. It looks like maybe some kind of like plaster covered stone or brick. I don't know. I think what I'll do is just make a sort of basic, sort of noisy shader. I had some basic materials that I brought in that I made in advance, but not terribly many of them. Let's get a noise texture and a color ramp. My favorite things to use together. There we go. Alright, the camera, can you not be right there in the middle of everything? Let's turn up the detail and the roughness. Let's go into not rendered mode, just get an idea of what that's looking like. Scale, that's probably fine. Let's get that bump going. Normal. That's kind of a lot. Still kind of a lot. And let's actually make it light brown. Like I'm guessing it's kind of meant to be a, whoops. Bring that. It looks to be like a brown or dark orange, but it could also be just the light, because it's the orange light is making it look like that. But I'm going to go with not yellow, just a off, vaguely brownish white. That looks all right. The floor is not supposed to be visible anyway, so that can just stay the texture for everything. I think it's kind of cramped. Let's pull these out some. Back against the wall. I would imagine that normally if I were going to make a scene like this, I would start with some sketches and rough concepts before I actually committed to making the full thing. But since I'm basically fixing AI's mistakes, I can basically use this as sort of like a rough conceptual sketch and make a good version, a competently executed version. That's really the goal there. Let's make that table bigger. Oop. That messed with the edges. Ah! Get out of camera mode. Adjust the edges more. Oop. What is happening there? There we go. Alright, let's mess with lights for a second. Where's the... Oh, it's way up there because I scaled everything down, that's right. That is way too bright. Let's try 100. And there's actually several lights in this scene, but one of them... What is the main light in this scene? Like there's a lamp here. There's these 3 funky light bulbs in the gizmo there. And then there's very clearly some kind of something lighting up the back wall, and then there's the window where there is light coming in. But like everything over here is still lit from this side. See, that's another thing that AI has trouble with, is figuring out like lighting. Like if you look at a lot of AI drawn characters, you might notice that they seem to be lit from all sides like at the same time, which is not how you draw a character like lighting or anything. And some of them even have like a light source behind the character where you can clearly see the light source, like they'll be standing in front of the sun, but they'll be lit from the front, or like from different angles that the sun would not be casting these shadows and highlights on. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what the lighting situation here is meant to be, because there's this lamp that seems to be hanging above the table. There's the 3 light bulbs there, and something is making a light against the back wall, and then there's light coming in from the window. So there's like 4 or 5 lights in this scene, and it seems to suggest that there's even more like out of frame. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to handle this. Let's turn that light down even more. And it's supposed to be an orange antique kind of light, so let's make it orange. Which will also have the effect of making it dimmer. We want it hanging down just over the table, so there's some reflection. Let's mess with the focal length. I want this out more so I can, yeah. Let's bring these walls up some more. Just all the way up. Very high up. And then I'll bring these back. Just so that nothing outside of the room is supposed to be visible. Oh, excuse me. And now the window's looking weird again. The window sill should be visible. It technically, in the crappy AI version, it goes out of frame, but let's see. Make it a little taller. How does this look from the inside? Outside. One thing I'm going to do with the thing there is make that object. Nope, never mind. Sometimes that makes it better, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. I'm guessing this is like streaming okay. Like I've never streamed Blender before, so it tends to be kind of a resource intensive thing to be doing. I mean, it's rendering and all that, so I don't know if OBS and Twitch are gonna necessarily like that, but it seems to be doing okay as far as I can tell. But anyway, let's make these shelves bigger. Taller, at least. And not have them melding into the floor like that. Okay. And actually, I did say that they had like they've got like little drawers on one of them. So maybe, what's a good way to do that? Should I just extrude it and have the, yeah, I think I'll do that. And I can just bring that out. That is looking kind of strange with the way the texture is working on that one. I'm just going to go ahead and make a new texture based on that one and make some adjustments. I think the color I can make lighter. Oop. Lighter, not redder. Of course, the light is also orange, so that's probably also messing with what I think this shelf looks like. And turn the roughness up because it's not the same polished kind of wood. What is happening with my... That's not it. There it is. Oop. Y scale. There we go. Now it's back to looking like wood. And I can make that bump a little rougher because it's not as polished. Scale. Scale for the noise texture. Maybe. Which one? What is that? What is making that? I don't want it quite so dark. Oh, it's probably... Yeah, there it is. It's that one. For the edges, it's also slightly overpowering the rest of the stuff. That's fine. Oh yeah, that is fine. That'll work. Why is it doing that in shading? It doesn't... Okay. I don't usually lock camera to view in shading. Copy the shelf. Bring this over. Okay. That's looking a little more like the layout in the original. So we have the shelves against the walls. The window there. The back wall is not really supposed to be... This other wall isn't really supposed to be in the shot, but I can adjust that. Or I could just pull the wall over. I keep going back and forth on whether I want to make this like 1-to-1 the original, or if I want to... I don't know, I'll just see where things go. And one thing I do need to do is actually extrude that out to make it solid. So now there is a actual window, an actual hole in the thing. Why do the edges of it look weird? Oh, because that's weird. What did I do? That's... What in the world? Okay. New plan. I'll just select these edges and pull those out. Okay. I don't know why it was doing that. That was weird. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll focus on making like the background stuff first, and then I'll make the stuff that goes on the table. So on the shelves, We have lots of glass bottles and some books. I do have a book cover texture that I pre-made and brought in. I do not have a glass texture, but that's really easy to make. So let's go ahead and I think a cylinder. Not a massive cylinder. Just go into viewport shading there. And we can model it first and then put the shader on. So let's make that kind of rounded bottom. Insets to get rid of those n-gons, which are very bad because they mess up your render. And then do that, bring that up, oop. Bring that up, then extrude. Okay. And then just delete that top face, and let's subdivide. There. Very basic bottle. Maybe a little too basic. Let's... yeah, that'll work. And then I don't actually want it to be a hollow model. I want... oops. Extrude along normals. In or out? I think out. So now it's a solid object. But the top of it looks very off. Let's try. Oops, no, maybe on the inside. There we go. And then we'll make kind of like a flask. I'll make a couple of these and make little adjustments. Maybe, yeah, that's good. And some of them do have like corks and stoppers and tops on them, so we'll get to that. Let's pull all these in. And that up some. Oops, I missed some vertices. That's not good. There. Yeah, that'll do. And let's make a new material. Glass. Oops, where's the... It's all the way down there. Ah. What is... frame all? There. Don't need that. I need... let's see, shader... whoop. Shader... glass. There we go. I mean, that's default glass, but it should be a little not quite so shiny. So I'll do a noisy on the roughness there. Ah. There to roughness. There we go. Okay, and then I just put the same one on these guys. Ah, that looks very weird. Shade smooth. That's the other thing I forgot to do. And then I should just be able to make a pretty simple cork. Actually, let's go into this and not a sphere. Cube. Actually, okay, let's... Ah! Shit. Not do that in the object. Not in edit mode. I'll just make a separate thing for the cork, and then I'll... Oop. Grab, not scale. Just do that. Doesn't need a lot. Just pull it in some, and we're good. Because these are going to be in the background, they're going to be out of focus. It doesn't need to be super detailed. Just needs to look like it would fit. Okay, that's not wireframe. There we go. Shade smooth. And I can probably just, yeah. I'll use the same texture for the wall. Because like I said, it's going to be out of focus. It's not going to be visible really noticeably. And then I can adjust these as needed. Let's make that a longer one. Alright, now we got some random bottles. Let's just join those. Oop. So now they're all together. Scale these down and start loading them up on the shelf. Oh boy, I got a bot. 1 second. Let me finish putting these on the shelf, and there's a bot. There's a bot. How do I... Let's see here. Not reply. I don't want to reply. I want to... Let's see. Shit. Haven't had to do this in a while. Manage suspicious user. No. Block. There it is. And... where is... how do I... clear chat. Maybe? No, it's still in the... I don't want that showing up in the... Ah. Gosh dang it. Refresh. There it is. There we go. Okay. Now it's off the capture. Alright. What was I doing? I was putting bottles on the shelf. And I hate when I get excited to see a chat message, because I never have a lot of people chatting with me when I'm streaming, because a lot of people don't really watch me. So I get excited when I see a message pop up, and then it turns out to be a frickin' spam bot. Let's scale that one down. And we'll just copy that one, copy that one. Whoops. Okay, we'll make another one of those. Another one of these. Make them not clipping into the shelf. Just right there on the edge of it. Alright. How does that look from there? Yeah. Alright. Actually, let's put one more there on the end. And let's make this one smaller. And then I can just copy all of these. Maybe rotate them. Ooh, rotate 180. Just so it's not the exact same layout, but you can't really tell. Actually, I don't think it's even visible in the... Oh, it is a little bit. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I got to use the bathroom real quick. So, just go ahead and... Okay. Alright, I'm back. Alright, where was I? I was putting bottles on shelves. So, let's see. Yeah, it looks like the top shelves are all bottles, and then there's books on the other shelves, so this'll do. Let's just copy all those, move them over, rotate those around so it's not quite so obvious that that is what I did. And maybe I'll mess with the scale on that a little bit too. That. Oops, those are floating. They should not be floating. Bottles do not float. A lot of these are floating. Let's just go ahead and move those down just a bit. Those ones are fine, except that one is clipping into the shelf a little more than I would like. Okay. Copy these again. Bring them over to this shelf. Make them much tinier. Just for some variety. A semblance of variety, at least. And we'll copy some of these. And actually, one more thing I'm going to do when I finish filling the shelf is they should not all be lined up so perfectly. So we'll just select a few of these and pull them out. Select a couple, push them back in. Maybe this one's in front of the other one a little bit. It's not unheard of for shelves of bottles to be laid out like that. Maybe the owner of this workshop is like OCD or something, but it just looks more natural if they're not all quite so laid out neatly. Yeah. And again, this is going to be in the background. It's going to be a little bit out of focus, so it doesn't quite matter as much, but maybe if I want other shots in this scene, some of those shots might have the shelves more in focus. So it would be better to just have it look good. Make it right the first time so I don't have to adjust it as much if I wanted to get a shot somewhere where maybe the shelves are more in focus. And I'll copy some more of these and adjust some of the scaling. Right, how does that look in... yeah, that's looking pretty nice. That looks like a shelf full of bottles. Those ones look kind of small. From, actually, it's probably fine, but I'll just put some more out and have them do like 2 rows. Just sort of scatter these around a little bit. Yeah. That works. That's working for me. If anybody in chat wants to say something, I'm fine with that. Just don't be rude or anything. If you have suggestions, or maybe I'm not using a hotkey or something that would make things easier that you know of, and I mean, you can contribute if you want. Just don't be rude, and don't be constructive. Don't be mean. Should I put something in some of these? Like, I could just sort of do like, make it look like some of them have stuff in them, like liquid or something. Or I could even just do like a texture for something inside them. Maybe. Or like make a couple of them different colors. Maybe I'll make some of them different colors. Let's just copy that. We'll make some green ones. It's really easy to do. Just drag that shader over to green. There we go. Now I've got green glass bottles. So for this one, oh, how about green glass? Actually, glass green. I think it lists these in alphabetical order, so all the glasses will be in the same place, etc. No, screw that. That's fine. Okay, so that one's glass green. Oh, did I? I think I actually accidentally changed that, but I changed it back when I undid it, so it's fine. And let's make some of them blue. Glass blue. That's kind of dark. Let's make it a very light blue. There we go. And then I'll just make some of these blue. Can I do two at the same time? No. Okay. Let's make that one green. That one green. That one green. And maybe I'll make a... Should I make a red one? And we got stamina, mana, and healing potions, I guess. Make it red. Yeah. I'll only do a couple of red ones. It seems like it stands out too much. A little more than I would like for something to stand out. Get some variety in there without doing too much. Oop, okay. And actually, there. Never a good idea to work for over an hour without saving at least once. I know Blender does. I do have Blender set up for like autosaves, so if it does crash on me and I lose everything, I won't lose everything, because I mean I'm not sure what the interval for autosaves are, but yeah, I've had projects saved by the autosave, like rescued from being completely lost because of the autosave, because I just got so into it and I forgot to save for like the entire thing. So and then it crashed on me, and if it hadn't been for the autosave, I would have lost several hours worth of work and had nothing at all to show for it. Is that lighting coming through the bottles? Yeah, it looks like it is a little bit. My default samples for cycles, I keep it pretty low. I'll probably bump it up to like 1024 maybe, because I want this to be a really high quality, really good render. So yeah, I usually keep it around. I keep it to a default of 256 samples for the render for cycles, and that usually gets me pretty good quality renders without having to wait potentially an hour for a single shot to render. And if the quality isn't quite where I want it, I'll try bumping it up to maybe 512 or even 1024. I think the default is 2048, which is absolute overkill. And I was really happy to find out that I could change that and not take upwards of half an hour to render a shot. I was really thrilled when I learned how you could do that. On top of getting Blender to work with my graphics card, because I have a pretty powerful graphics card in my PC right now, and if I had known that I didn't like using cycles because it took so long to like render. Like this would be really slow, and I wouldn't be able to even work in a render preview mode because it would just take so long to put everything together. And I found out that there's some settings you have to change if you want Blender to work with your graphics hardware. And once I figured out how to turn that on and set it to device GPU, everything runs incredibly smoothly now. So I can do most of my work just in render preview mode and not have to keep switching back and forth unless I want to see like certain details or something that you can only see like in flat mode. I never do anything in like the shader preview because it just looks, when I do stuff with like glass or transparent materials, it doesn't look right. And a lot of my character models, the way I do eyes, I use glass shaders over like a model kind of thing sometimes, and it just, when I show it in if I look at those in material preview shading, it looks like this. You can't see like the eye and everything behind it. It's just the glass ball, and it looks really freaky. But yeah, if you go into actual render preview, it looks more or less right. But yeah, I don't even use this shader preview for anything like ever. But anyway, yeah, enough rambling. I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna be a compulsive saver. So we've got a back wall, shelves. Let's put the books on the shelves. I do have, I think I said, a material that I was going to use for book covers. Let's make a massive cube and make it not so massive. And actually, I can model this in not in render preview mode, just to, sometimes it's better to do it like that, sometimes it's just not worth it. Let's just make a really quick book here. And we'll do that, and that. Oops, grab these, pull it out some, grab the edge, pull it out some, and we've got a book cover. And let's actually not waste a lot of resources. Not that I'm particularly worried about it, but you know, don't waste polygons if you don't have to, right? And let's smooth shade that. And make that a little more of a sharper edge. Actually, I'll just bevel that, maybe. What am I listening to? I hope the music isn't annoying. I have Pretzel going. I had it downloaded on my desktop, but the one I downloaded doesn't seem to work anymore. It won't let me log into Twitch through it. and it would it posted the song and the artist that was playing to the Twitch chat when it was running, and it doesn't seem to be doing that. I've just got it open in a browser over here, so it's kind of annoying that it's, and the selection seems to have decreased. Like when I was doing my pixel art stream before the last art stream I did, I had it on a chiptune station, and I can't seem to find that now. It seems to be paywalled, and I don't have I don't have the money to really do that. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff on here that's just it's locked, and yeah, it's paywalled. So they've paywalled the lo-fi station, synthwave. Oh, is it really low? I can turn it up a little bit. I didn't want it. I wanted it low, but like just so it's not like when I'm not talking, so there's not like dead air. Also, hi. Thanks for thank you for joining me. But yeah, I just it's got all these stations, and it says about how long they are, and I wanted a long one, like, because I'm gonna be streaming for, you know, probably upwards of 8 hours maybe. Cool. But yeah, all the interesting ones are like 2 hours, 4 hours, and so I just set it to the random one because that's like the longest one. It just says surprise me. It's 125 hours, which is kind of overkill, but it's gonna play some potentially weird stuff that I don't really like. Maybe I'll just, it says chill guitar is 11 hours. Maybe I'll just switch to that. But yeah, I do wish it would I signed in through Twitch and everything, so it should be connected, and I don't know why it's not doing the thing where it posts the track and the artist to the chat like it's supposed to. It doesn't seem to want to be doing that right now. But anyway, I was making a book, or the side of a book, because that's the only part that's going to be visible. So yeah, that looks fine. And I have rough leather for that. Let's stretch that out a little more. Let's stretch it out a lot, actually. Let's see. Bevel. I'm not super familiar with the bevel modifier. I do know that it is better than my previous, like when I had hard edges on something that I wanted to smooth shade. It used to be what I had to do was go in and add edge cuts to the like sides, which would make the edges a little harder, but still like smooth shaded. And with the bevel modifier, it's less random. You have more control over it, but I haven't quite got the hang of it yet. But yeah, so like these edges are harder than they, like if I turn that off, it looks really weird if you have hard edges but you have smooth shading on. But there's also shade auto smooth, which also does not work for what I'm trying to do. So yeah, I'll just put the bevel back on. And it doesn't help that Blender, like, with the latest update, they completely messed with the modifier menus, so now they have everything in like these little drop-down menus instead of just out where it was, so need to learn how to navigate that a little more, but yeah. Anyway, got the side of a book, and that can just go on the shelf. Let's go back to layout. Have a bigger window, easier to see things, etc. Yeah. And for books, it makes sense for them all to be like the same, kind of laid out the same. But it does not make sense for them to all be the exact same size. Which, to its credit, the AI does variation well. It does not do consistency well. That's another major drawback of AI. So if you wanted all of these books to look exactly the same, AI would just not be able to do that probably. Sometimes it can, sometimes, I don't know. You have no control when you use AI. That's the thing. You have very little actual control. Like, you describe what you want it to make, and then it just makes something, and if it's what you want, you go with that. If it's not, you tell it, try again. Or maybe you take what it made and do some adjustments in Photoshop, and then you feed it back into that, and then, yeah. But no. This is... when you just make it yourself from the beginning, you don't have to... you can make those corrections on the fly. You can make those adjustments when you want to make those adjustments. That is very dark material for this book. And it's the lighting for sure, but I don't like how rough that is. Which one is the main color? I think it's this one here. That's... I mean, yeah, but okay. Can I see what I'm doing while I'm doing it, please? Thank you. There we go. Okay, saturation down. So it's white, so I can see what I'm doing. Let's make it... now it's like a greenish. The problem with the way I have these textures set up with the sort of worn edges is if you mess with the scale of the object that you have that shader on, it completely throws off a lot of the other stuff that you have set up for it. I learned how to do that from a tutorial, and I just basically copied the one thing that I made from that tutorial and copied the material and used it to make a bunch more. But yeah, it's a little finicky sometimes. And it also doesn't show it. It only works in Cycles renders, so you can't see it in Material Preview. So that's another reason I like to work in Cycles render preview. I cannot see what I am doing with this texture, though. I want it lighter. There we go. Sort of a dark... maybe like a darkish green. There we go. That's better. Should I put titles on the sides of these books? I mean, I did say that they're going to be like out of focus when I do the actual render, so they wouldn't be visible, but I also said I might get different shots from different angles and different focus, like, in this scene that I'm building, so I don't know. I always thought bookshelves were fun to make, just in general, because you can always put like random references and things on to use to make titles. Like whenever I'm playing a game and there's like a bookshelf and there's like actual books with like actual titles, I always try to read and see what kind of fun references like the creators put in there. Some of them are funny, some of them are just kind of dull and boring. But yeah, when I played the beta for Back for Blood when it was first coming out, and there were I took a screenshot because I found a stack of books with some fun little references on them. Oops. Ah, no. Full size, please. Ah. Why can't I resize this window? Steam, stop being Steam. Ah, screw it, I'll just... But, yeah. Like, there's this stack of books here. It's like, how to kick ass for the Lord, and how to kick ass when you are all out of bubblegum, and, you know, just fun references. I love stuff like that. And I always make it a point to try and do similar stuff whenever I make something. So like whenever I have computer screens like in the background, I'll always put like random references and stuff on them. So, yeah. Let's make this one a different color. Yeah. So we'll call that one Rough Leather Red. And then we'll make another one that's very wide. And we'll make another one, and we'll maybe make this one blue. And we'll make it a little shorter. Okay, and then we'll copy this one a few times. Maybe these are all like volumes of the same series. And I'll put another big one, make it taller. Maybe make this one red. And then we'll put a very small blue one in there. How does that look in... It's not even in the shot, so it's kind of pointless, but why don't I move them over to the other shelf where they will be visible? It's a little too colorful, I think. Maybe I'll drop the saturation on the... saturation down. Just not too much, but... Yeah, just so they don't look quite so off to me. Are they clipping through the shelf? That one is. That one is. That one is. That one probably is. Okay. That one is a little bit. Sounds like... Oh. I thought it sounded like Zelda music, but it's apparently not. Like it sounds like I don't know if... I turned the music up a little bit. I don't know if you can hear what's currently playing, but it sounded for a second like Zelda's Lullaby for a minute. Do 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 do. Let's make this one leaning on that one. Alright, let's just fill out the rest of the shelf with some books of varying size and colors. Are they too big? I feel like they're too big. Maybe I can just... stretch them out and shrink them down a little bit. And then copy and fill out the rest of the shelf and delete those stragglers. And let's grab a couple at random, pull them out some, grab a couple, push them in some, there. That looks better. Yeah, they were definitely too big. Let's just do this and oh, missed the straggler there. Grab these, unselect that. Whoop. Also unselect the wall behind it, actually. Okay. I think I'm done messing with the wall, so I'm going to make it so I can't select it at all. There we go. And actually, maybe I'll do that. I should be naming things while I make them too. Okay, so that is walls. Oh god. I have way too many, I think I'll just make some collections and start putting stuff in collections as I go. Shelf 1. Shelf 2. I don't use the collection thing for selection a lot of the time, but sometimes I do. This is just table. Okay, let's make a collection for shelf greebles. I didn't copy that. Okay. Well, anyway. New collection. Shelf stuff. And all the cylinders. I could combine them into one object, but I feel like that'd probably be a bad idea. And then all these books. Can I mass rename? That would be fantastic. I don't think I can. Like if I tried to, if I just renamed one book and then it would just rename the rest of them down the line, like book 1, book 2, book 3, etc. I don't think I can do that. No, it's not even giving me an option to rename. Okay, whatever. I'll just throw them in the... Did that do what I wanted? Yes, it did. Okay. And now when I copy, duplicate, it should put the new ones also in the same collection. Yes, okay. Just to keep things a little neat. There we go. I think the shelf's done. Let's do... have one book leaning on the other books. And pull these apart a little bit. Mess with the placement, just... oh, I should turn off selection for those so I don't accidentally grab the shelf. There. How's that look? Just out of curiosity, let's turn depth of field on. Bring the distance in. Maybe focus on the table. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I don't know how well it's showing up in like the stream capture, but I think the depth of field looks decent from here. Let's bring it all the way in. Maybe 0.75. So that's basically like how close the point that it's trying to focus on is basically just directly in front of the camera. So this is 0.75 meters from the camera according to Blender's scale, which I already said I am not really sure how to deal with a lot of the time, but yeah, I think that looks like okay. But I'll turn that off for now, because I don't need that. Okay, so I got the shelves. What else is in Wizard of the Coast's crappy AI thing? I mean, it's obviously more brightly lit. I only have the one light right now. I was probably going to do that later, but I don't know. There's a bunch of junk on the back wall. And because it's out of focus, you can't tell what it is, so I'm going to have to make some creative decisions there, I guess, to decide what I'm gonna do as far as that back wall goes. Okay. Reconnection successful. Okay. It disconnected. Like it didn't just, oh no. Come back. Okay. I've never had that happen before. I've had the bitrate just tank before. I've never had it actually disconnect, like in the middle of a stream. That was concerning. OBS says it should be okay. Okay, are we good? I'm guessing... Come on, Twitch. Okay, I think it's back. I think it's back. Okay. That was concerning and kind of annoying, because I've never had Twitch actually disconnect in the middle of a stream before. Let's make this lamp, because that should be easy. Let's make a cylinder. I could probably just attach that light to it, actually, when it gets to that point, but let's inset those, bring that up. Bring that out. Vertices. Vertices. There we go. Like in the original, it's like just barely in frame, so it doesn't matter too much, but just in case I want some different angles, let's make that going all the way up. And then we'll inset that. Bring it up. Actually, let's just merge that. There we go. Just the radius vary slightly. I do want it casting shadows. Okay, and let's put the, whoops, where am I? Let's put the rough metal, or dark metal, where is it? Worn dark metal. Let's put that on the lamp. Yeah, that works. And then I can just parent the light to that. So now when I move the lamp, the light moves with it. There we go. Easy peasy. Where'd the music go? Am I having connection problems? Or is it just... What happened? There we go. Okay. I think I should make a light bulb for the lamp. And I think the best way to do that is probably to start with a cube. That may sound strange, but there is a method to that madness. Because now that I have a cube, I can subdivide it a lot. Not a lot, but enough that it has kind of a smooth thing there. And then I can just grab one of these edges, inset it, and pull it up. That's not quite right, but it also does not matter because there won't be any close-ups of the light bulb. So I can be a little loose with how that actually looks. So just make that glass. It's actually kind of big. Let's make that smaller. That does not look right at all. I need to... I know what I need to do. I need to basically do what I did with the bottles, but slightly smaller. Delete that. Grab these. Stop being in shader and just make it just slightly solid. Also, the roughness is not working for me. Glass bulb. Let's... There we go. Whoop. Okay. So the light is not shining through the glass, which is a problem because I kind of want it to look like it is doing that. Let's see if I... increase the radius. What is going on there? Okay, well, it looks like a light bulb now, but not the kind that I had in mind, because the, this is more like an antique light bulb. It's got the filament and all that in there that you can see. Maybe if I do something... Lamp light. Shadow castings. Don't cast shadow? No, I want to cast a shadow. Okay, let's just not have the bulb for now. Figure out how that's gonna work later. Oops, don't shrink it. No, grab the thing. There. Okay, yeah, I'll just deal with that later. Got the lamp. That's the main thing right now anyway. Because there is definitely supposed to be light coming through it. And there's like a scene outside, but you can't... God damn it. Like there's very clearly supposed to be something outside, but the window is... One, the window is a little bit sort of dirty, and it's also out of focus, so you can't really tell what's going on out there, but I think I just put a plane here. Or maybe actually part of a cylinder. So we'll take those off and we'll make it a half cylinder, kinda. And I think I might be able to... Do I want area or point light? I'll try point light, see how it works. Okay, it's a little sharp, but that is kind of what I'm trying to sort of... Yeah, I want light coming in from the window and reflecting on the table. So I think roughness is sort of a grayish blue. Transmission? No. Emission. There we go. Actually, I might not even need the light out there. Because this, with emission, the material gives off light, especially in cycles. So... I actually kind of like that, for how basic and simple it is. And I can just put some random stuff in there. Maybe I'll put the... is it material 2? Yeah, I should rename that wall. There just needs to be stuff out there is the thing. So it looks like maybe it's a building across the street. And it is going to be out of focus, and there is going to be a glass window there. There will be stuff obscuring this stuff, so I don't need to put too much thought into it, but I do need to put some thought into it. So I think I'll just... Oops. It's too bright. I need it to be bright, but that's... That looks better. Actually, what I could do is put some volumetrics, some volume in there. A little bit of fog to kind of obscure the lack of detail a little better. Maybe I'll do that. Let's just make a big old cube, and for once I don't have to actually resize it all that much because it looks more or less right. Don't need that. I need principal volume. And my two favorite nodes, noise and ramp. Into density, and it helps to actually put that in there. Roughness, detail. Ow, my foot's cramping. Why is my foot cramping at random? I would like it a little more visible. What is happening here? Make it bigger. There we go. does that look with depth of field on? Definitely a little better. I'll just make that white and that. Just look at it from this side and see. Light needs to come through the window, but not be like very strangely not too bright. Maybe if I put bevel on these. That is better. Is it too close? Maybe it would work better if it wasn't quite so close. No, just up there. And camera. That's better. That definitely looks better. So yeah, I guess that's all I needed for outside the window. I can put glass in the window now and I don't know. I don't know, like something it's not it's still can I put a Alright. I hate trying to select stuff through a volume cube. There we go. Let's see. New material. I've never tried putting a sky texture on an object. Huh. Well, there you go. That's clearly something I should be doing more of from now on. Intensity. No, that doesn't. Oh wait, maybe if I plug it. Can I plug it into the emission? Yeah. Color. Strength. Whoop, that's too much. Way too much. And if I move the fog in front of it. Yeah, that's doing something. Yeah, I think that'll probably work. Okay, I need a grating for the window before I put the actual window in. And I think I might know an easy way to do that. I want a grid. The size at the moment does not really matter, but I will go into flat shading because I think this will be easier. I do not need it to be quite, whoops, top. I don't need it to be quite that big. So let's try that. Yeah. And center the origin. And then if I select that and then just inset these individually. And then just delete them. And then select them again, extrude just a bit. And yeah, I got a nice kind of pattern here. And if I grab these points, or maybe actually, can I... what was it? Was it shift control? No, shift. Alt click. I forgot how to select an edge loop. Basically, it would just select all of these edges going all the way around, so I wouldn't have to individually do them all. No. That. Nope. That. Nope. Is that all of them? If I just pull those up, yeah. Actually, I think a better way to do this. Yeah, X-ray, just select the middle pieces. And I guess these edges too. Just the outer ones. Just so it doesn't look weird. Because I want to pull these up and get that little bit of sort of bevel to them. There we go. Oops. And then I can just rotate that 90 degrees. Oh, excuse me. And I can just put that inside the window. That's kind of... it's kind of thick grating. Dang it. Okay. Can I get front view? Back view? Nope. Definitely front view. Let's just select those. Repeat. 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 Select it all. Does that work? I mean, it would help if I put the dark metal shader on there. not. It's too high up. There we go. There we go. I think that'll work. Just bring it out some. There. There we go. All right. Yeah. That's working. And I just need a pane of glass. Cube. Regular glass shader on that. Bring it down and in a lot. And it's not going to matter what this looks like from the outside, so I don't really have to worry too much about. Although, I could make individual panes of glass and use my edge like shading thing to sort of kind of have the roughness on the edges of the glass that it kind of comes in from the sides. Should I do that, or should I just make this one solid pane of glass and call that done? It would be good detail to add. But is it necessary to go that far? Especially considering how I have the depth of field set up right now anyway. You wouldn't be able to tell. I could adjust it to bring that a little more into focus. Focal length is 30 millimeters right now. Let's get a bigger window of that. Camera, distance. Let's do an actual preview, a render, and see just what I've got so far after 2 hours. About 2 hours. I didn't start right away. I gave it like 5 minutes before starting the stream to see if anybody showed up to watch or anything, but oh, I'm losing frames too. Is that because it's rendering? Or is it because my connection is just derping right now? And is Blender going to take longer to render this, even though I only have it set to 256 samples right now, because OBS is also capturing it? Or is it taking longer to render because there's a lot of glass and lights in this scene that are affecting that? These are questions that I have, and I will not be able to answer them. I am liking how the view through the window looks with this the way I have it set up and everything. Like, it's a lot harder to tell that it's just basically a couple of boxes outside the window and then a cylinder with a sky texture on it. But it is sure taking its sweet time rendering this out. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to kick up the samples though, because that's very grainy. Even if I despeckled that in the compositor, that would not be great, but I do like how the depth of field is coming along. I think I'm going to make that book go the other way because you can pretty clearly see that it is not a book. So it should be leaning that way. Because you can't see that it doesn't have any pages. It's basically just a solid block of, like, fabric. There we go. Maybe I'll have this one lean on that one, too. It's not good to get caught up in little details when you still have a lot of other bigger things to do, but I just happened to notice that it was pretty clearly visible that these books don't have actual pages, so I will tilt them away from the camera so that is not so obvious. And let's save that. Okay, I think one reason the glass is working a little too well is it's a little too messy looking. So I don't mess up the glass on the bottles, I'll just say window and bring in the ramp for the roughness on there. So it should still look like a dirty window, but not like completely, not like frosted. Like not completely. It should just have some little things on there. It should really only be noticeable when the light shines on them. Is the fog strictly necessary? Let's see what happens if I take that out. I'm gonna say yeah, it probably did. Probably does kind of need to be in there. Let's mess with some of this stuff a little bit, maybe. I think that looks a little better. Yeah. I think the roughness on the glass, the depth of field, the fog, oops, and the, well, I mean, it's probably partly the graininess of the render preview, but I think it's making the view out of the window look a lot more detailed than it actually is. Move the lamp over some. And in the interest of not wasting too many polygons, even though it's not a concern, I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of some of these that aren't visible. If it's not visible, there's no reason to have it in there. actually just bring these up a little bit. Kind of go into the wall, but yeah. Doesn't affect the actual image in the slightest, but I like to keep things at least a little neat. Let's move this. Oh, excuse me. Move this table around a little. Oh, excuse me. Got hiccups. Where exactly do I have that? Let's. This lamp should be visible. I don't know. There needs to be something on these bottom shelves too. Maybe a combination of books and bottles. Maybe I'll grab a couple of these and just put them in there. And some of the bigger bottles. Oh, not too big. They'll stick through the shelf. Still too big. Just random little things to fill out the space. Actually, what I could do, have some of these books on their side. 90. Because as long as the pages are facing towards the inside of the shelf, oh, that one's not quite angled right. It will not be visible and not be apparent that I was very lazy making these books. Because part of doing this is also an exercise in efficiency and not just better quality than AI. Because if you want efficiency, there is nothing that can be done about the fact that AI is inarguably faster than people. Like, I would not be able to make this in 5 minutes. That's just not happening. Nobody would be able to make this in 5 minutes. The only reason AI can is because humans can't. Because so many humans made so many scenes featuring steampunk sort of aesthetics, and each one of those individual pieces probably took that human artist hours or maybe even days to get to the level of quality that the AI was able to steal it and apply it to what it was going to make based on that aesthetic. So, yeah. Making something like this in even in an hour is not happening. No human will ever be able to do that. Not on their own, at least. I don't know, maybe a team of the most professional, highly experienced CG artists, maybe if they were all working together on the same scene, they could get something done of decent quality in such a short amount of time, but when you're just making something to show off some of your new trading cards, I don't think hiring the absolute best and most expensive in the business is probably warranted. Like, I will admit to that. Like, I get that Wizards is a company. They are selling things, and they are trying to make something cheap and sell it for not cheap. That's how business works. That's how capitalism works. It sucks, but I get it. So I get why they wouldn't want to hire a very expensive, very professional, incredibly skilled artist who could do something like this in a day. I mean, I'm trying to do something like this in a day, but I mean, I get why they wouldn't want to pay so much for something that's not like the forefront of their business. But they should have paid somebody to actually make it and not just use AI for it. Which allegedly they did hire somebody to make it, but the person who made it used AI, which still sucks, because if that's the case and it's true, then Wizards got scammed, and a real artist missed out on an opportunity to make something for such a big company. And I should point out, I'm not doing this for Wizards. I'm just mostly doing this for me. I just want to see if I could do something like that would maybe be good enough, like in a relatively short amount of time, because they would want somebody to make something quick that looks good. Basically, it's, you know, the old pick two out of the three, like cheap, fast, and good. So if you want it cheap and fast, it won't be good. If you want it cheap and good, it'll take forever. And cheap and fast, it'll look like shit. And that bottom shelf isn't even visible, so I just kind of wasted some time putting stuff on it, but that's fine. Okay, so I've got the basic scene kinda set up. The lighting is actually pretty good. I thought I would have to do a fair bit more, but yeah, I'm actually kind of liking how the lighting is just with the two lights that I have, one in the lamp and one through the window. I might need to adjust some of them a little later, but after I've got more of the scene built and I can see how everything actually looks in this lighting. Yeah, I'm liking what I've got so far. And it looks like my connection is tanking again. Yeah, that's probably a good time to take another quick break, and by quick I mean like a minute or two. I'll be right back again. Alright. Back to it. Been drinking too much water today. But it is important to stay hydrated, so... yeah. Okay, so I've got... I feel like the lamp is too big. Why don't I make that smaller? And then I can have it kind of more lower down, but not quite so intrusive. The more I think about how my scene is lit, the more I'm noticing with how very weirdly like the actual original one is. I mean, like what is shining on all of these bottles and this whole shelf that is making it so brightly lit? Because like I said, we've got the lamp over here, the windows way over there, and these little light bulbs shouldn't be giving off that much light. And it's like not even the same kind of, not even like the same color light. Like it's more like a white light is shining on these bottles. Yeah, this whole thing is just a cluster. And the fact that Wizards Twitter person really thought they could get away with saying, no, this was made by a human. Like, they're either blind or an idiot. Or they just didn't look at it before approving it. Which is probably what happened. I would believe that. I mean, that doesn't necessarily preclude them being an idiot, but... yeah. But, yeah, there's just so much wrong with this that I'm not surprised they took it down when they got called out for lying so much about it. Yeah, pipes. That's not how pipes work. That's not how lighting works. Like where are the light sources in this room? There would have to be something outside of the frame that's lighting up this shelf here. And there's something lighting up the back wall there, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. It's just the more I think about how how I've currently got my scene lit, it just makes me think more about how weird all the lighting is in this AI garbage. So there should be a light source somewhere, presumably behind the camera, that's casting this light here. I mean, to be fair to it, I don't know what. No, I'm not going to be fair to AI, but to its credit, it does get the light reflecting from the window off the table and all the stuff on the table. So it, I don't know. Maybe that was. I'm not. They said that the person who made this for them used AI tools, like because like the newest versions of like Photoshop and all that, they have like AI crap built into them, so you can like make parts of an image with AI, which I mean it still works the same way as you would do just the whole image in AI, but I don't know how much the so-called artist who made this did and then had AI fill in. So it's possible that this the light from the window was maybe something that the human specifically did. Like maybe they drew a rough sort of outline of what should be lit how. Like maybe they just colored it differently, because I don't know. I haven't. The only experimenting I've done with AI is just generating stuff and having it work on stuff that it generated, and I'm not posting that anywhere. I would never post that, and I would definitely not ever claim that I made that. But I mean, it is kind of fun to play around with, I will admit, but I would never use it as a substitute for creating my own actual artwork. I would not use it as a tool, as like all the tech bros are like, it's a tool, you can use it as part of your art. Like, no, you really can't. There is no place for generative AI in any of my workflow. Like, this is the closest I would ever come to using it for like a conceptual thing. Like, I'm basing my work on this originally AI produced piece of imagery, and yeah, I mean, you can do that, I guess, as long as you're not posting what the AI made and you're posting what you made that you use the AI to conceptualize and help you make, to help you visualize it. But like what I'm doing here, basically, like I'm basing what I'm building off of this scene, but only because, you know, you have this multi-million-dollar company paying somebody to, like, much less than they would pay a real artist to make something like this. And not only could a human artist do this better, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, the only thing AI can do better than humans is do it faster. But it's going to make lots of mistakes. They're going to be very obvious to anybody who knows what they're looking at. Anybody who looks at this for more than a few seconds is going to immediately notice that the numbers on the pressure gauge are all screwed up, that these wires are all, like, it starts as 3 wires, and then it's 4, and then they meld back into 3. Maybe even, that might actually, like, you just can't tell what's going on with these cables. And it has these wires just randomly, like, welded onto the side of that. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't have, like, random greebles that don't actually do anything, but because I mean that's what greebles are. They're just random details for bits of things that don't actually do anything, but generally the rule is they should look like they do something. Like, if you're making a starship, you have, like, all these little panels and stuff, those are details, and then you have, like, little maybe pipes and lights and all these little just random doodads that don't actually serve any purpose other than to break up a boring flat surface. But yeah, they should at least not look out of place. You shouldn't notice it and then question why it's there, like why it is the way it is. You should just kind of be able to assume, or even just attribute whatever purpose you want to some random detail. Like, if you look at a Star Wars ship, like even the Millennium Falcon, like you can, like, I have a book of, like, all the cross sections, and it labels, like, just about everything. But if you were just looking at a model of the Millennium Falcon, you could point to some random thing and be like, I wonder what that does. I bet it probably does whatever, and you know, it doesn't matter what it actually does. But if there was like if it just had, like, some random cables that were just flying off the side of it that didn't connect to anything or go anywhere, you would be like, that seems out of place. Why is that there? You know? Like, you're not supposed to question it. You're not supposed to think too much about it. And you're not supposed to notice it. So when people are noticing stuff that looks out of place, you're doing it wrong. Okay? Anyway. I feel like I'm spending more time talking than I am actually making anything. What should I... I don't think I'm quite at the... quite at working on the stuff on the table just yet. I would actually like to go back to these window grates and just add one little thing to that. I'm just going to put it in kind of a frame. Wait, that shadow, what is that? What is going on here? Is the window not quite... Wait, what is happening here? What is what? That's the... Is that the window? What did I... Okay, it is. I just made it really thin for some reason. Doesn't need to be quite that thin. I just want it right up against the grating there. So it's like it's on... The grating is on the window. There we go. Yeah, I don't think it really mattered all that much, but it was bugging me that the shadow of the grating was like on the window. Anyway, let's get that rotated. Extrude that a bit. And see about getting this framed up right. Which might not be a good idea to do it the way I did it, because it might be a little difficult to select the pieces that I want to select. But I will deal with that in a minute when I have to. If I have to. Now this is the part that's going to be troublesome. Or I can just, whoops, select all of that and just do that. There we go. Actually, do it like that. And then if I just grab these two, there. Now we have an actual window in like a frame and everything. And it just looks a little bit better. Actually, it looks a lot better. Dare I say. off depth of field for a second. I think the window looks better without the depth of field on, but alright, okay. So we do actually have a windowsill, it looks like. I think, actually. It's another one of those bits where the more you look at it, the more you notice what's wrong with it. There's, at best, this windowsill appears to be a shelf that's actually like sticking out of the window, and there doesn't seem to be anything actually underneath it. This corner of the window doesn't line up with the windowsill. So it looks like it's supposed to be indented in, but it also looks like the windowsill is coming out of the window, like it's a shelf that's mounted just underneath the window. So, yeah, just another, to say nothing of this weird edge here where that weird patch of noise is like messing with the edge of the cable there in the foreground. And there's a random steampunk device that seems like it's supposed to be sitting on the windowsill, but it also looks like the window grating, it might be in front of it. But it's out of focus and blurry, so you can't really tell. Yeah, I don't know, just the more you look at this shit, the less sense it makes. It's like those weird pictures where it looks like it's supposed to be something, but when you try to focus on any one part of it, you can't tell what it actually is. I don't know if there's a word for those, but yeah, I think some of those were like early AI generated things, but yeah. Okay. Well, I do have... My window actually has a windowsill. It is actually indented into the wall. So if I just grab all the pieces of the window and move them back a bit... Ah, well, that's weird. What is happening there? Did I move the... I think I moved something I wasn't supposed to move. Okay, that's the window grating in the frame. And then it should be the glass behind it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I just pushed that back some. So now I've got a bit of a windowsill here. I'm genuinely not sure what's supposed to be going on in the original. I don't know how I'm not sure how I want to... I mean, I could just make the window indentation like thicker, but I still want it to at least look a little bit like it makes at least a little bit of realistic kind of sense, so I'm not sure what to do about like a windowsill. I mean, I could just add a cube here with the shiny wood. Because it is going to be, it's not going to be in focus anyway, so the super tiny details, again, don't matter too much if I'm only doing a single shot from a specific angle and all that. Why do I keep trying to do this in shader window? Let's turn stuff back on. Let's see. If I just put this in the window. So let's go back into that. There we go. Just put it right in there. Not too high. And then if I bring a couple of these out. And just for a little bit of added detail, I can, oops, have it like that. So it is kind of like a shelf that comes out of the windowsill and extends it a little bit, so I could have something on there. How does that look? Yeah, that works. All right. Before I do anything else, I want to bevel on the actual walls and see. Did I select the wrong thing? I did select the wrong thing. I selected the volume cube. Oh, I can't select the walls. I turned that off. There we go. There we are. Bevel. Let's see. Segments. Just so it's not too sharp of an edge. Shade auto smooth. How's that look? Hard to say it makes much of a difference, but mount more segments, less segments. I don't know. I haven't used the bevel modifier all that much, so I'm not super familiar with how it works. Oh, that's not good. Don't do that. Two segments. Bring it in a little bit. And shade smooth. There we go. That looks okay, I think. As long as you can't see that weird weird geometry in the actual render, it should be alright. And it doesn't look like you can. So now the window is a little more rounded, a little more natural looking, a little less artificial. I want to do some bevels on the table too. Oh, not that much. Maybe like 3 segments. Yeah, that looks alright. Oh, excuse me. Actually bring that closer and more this way. I don't want to mess with the... I don't want to get too into the details of just exactly how everything is placed. But I did have a thought for some of the detailing I could do on the wall texture that I have here. I can add some more ramps and maybe just make that gray. Trying to get sort of a patchy plaster kind of thing. Might need to... Okay. Yeah, this might be actually a good time to switch back to the shader mode, the shader preview that I made a big deal about almost never using when I'm working in cycles because it doesn't work very well, but okay. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do, except instead of black, I want that to be like sort of white. There we go. That's closer to what I was trying to... Just sort of places where it looks like kind of like the plaster is maybe faded off, broken off or whatever, or chipped away. So if I go into... Oh, that's a little excessive though. I also shouldn't be doing this with the one that I have plugged into the bump node because it's going to also mess up the bumps. And I don't necessarily want that. Let's get rid of those. No, get rid of those. Just make that black. This one white. This isn't affecting the color because it's only plugged into the bump node. Basically, anything that's white is going to be bumpier, anything that's black is going to be smoother. Okay, now I can go back to the color. Which one is causing that to not look the way I want it to? Which one of these is that? Green? No. Okay, it's not that one. It's not that one. Oh, god dang it. Okay, I see what I'm hitting the wrong thing. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Get these little splotches of sort of kind of worn out looking plastery type stuff. And then I can mess with the scale so it's... I don't want it like all over the place. I don't want it too uniform. I just kind of want it visible in a few places. Detail up to maximum, pretty much. Roughness. Scale. How's that? Yeah, I think that works. Maybe I can make that a little darker, not too much darker. There. Just give the back wall a little more detail. So it's not quite as boring. interesting but unobtrusive pattern there. I think that works. Yeah, I kind of like that. Now what to actually do about that back wall? It's not... You can't really see what's supposed to be going on back there in the original. So I kind of have to use my imagination. Which I can do, because I'm a human. And AI cannot do. It seems logical to me that because there are what appear to be tools and things on the wall back there, that there's probably another table or workbench back there. And something on that workbench is obviously lighting up the back wall there. So I guess I can just copy this table actually. Make it a little smaller. Oops, that was not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And just have it right up against the wall here. And I think I will make it the other wood that I use for the shelf. Oh, it's a shiny wood one. Okay. I'll just call that wood, because it's not shiny wood, it's just wood. Okay. I'm starting to think about like the scaling of the objects in this room, because thinking about it, this table is kind of low, but maybe it only seems like that to me. I don't know. But this one in the back should be probably up higher. Which means I need to stretch the legs out some. There. You know what? Why don't I grab all of this and just bring that down a lot. And while I'm at it, oops, no, don't, there we go. Not individual, just, yeah. I can make a little end table here that's got like a drawer on it. And I think I will extrude it in a bit. And then inset some more. And then extrude that out. I keep modeling in shader window, and I don't want... It's not good to do that. It's kind of annoying. Yeah. Just so it looks like there's a kind of a drawer sitting in there. And then I can inset again. Pull these in. Extrude that out some. Just make kind of a little handle for the drawer there. And then I can select these. Whoops, dang it. There we go. Add a new slot for a new material. Oh. For a new material. Maybe I'll put my first use of the brass material that I made in here. That actually looks kind of big. Maybe I'll make that smaller. Not coming up quite, so I have to have it. There we go. There. I don't know. Maybe I'll make that the silvery. Move up the list, please. Horn, brass, copper. Where's the silver one? Brass, copper, dark metal. Oh, worn metal. There it is. I didn't call it silver. I forgot. There we go. Can you even see that? Yeah, I kind of can. Maybe I'll raise it up some, just so you can see it behind the other table here. Which means I will have to extend the legs more. There. And actually I could just pull all of this down too. There. Nice little table. In the background, where if I turn on the depth of field, it will be slightly blurry and out of focus anyway. Okay. So about the stuff on the wall. How about I make a pegboard? So just a cube. Shrink it down, shrink it down. And then rotate 90. This is supposed to be some kind of workshop. Oh, there goes my connection again. Oops. Ain't nothing I can do about that. Okay. So I have an idea on how I might make a pegboard texture and not have to actually model something that is full of holes. Although I could also do that. I do know of a way to very quickly make a thing that is full of tiny holes. Not necessarily tiny holes, but with a bunch of holes in it. Basically, I make something that's in the shape of that hole, and then I just copy it, use an array to make a row of it, and then I do another array to make another row of it vertically. But I think because this is in the background, it's not going to be super detailed and noticeable. I can probably get away with just making a pattern on it. Pegboard. And the texture I want to make this pattern, I believe, is the Voronoi texture. And of course I have to put it on a ramp. Was it distance or color? We'll find out. I think it is distance, but let's bring those in. Randomness down. Scale down, I mean up. Roughness doesn't matter, detail. There we go. That's kind of... There we go. That's what I was trying to do. And then I can just make this sort of... Let's go for brown, but not a dark brown. A very off white sort of brown. Not the same color as the wall, because then some really tedious slider messing with here. I think that works. And like I said, it's depth of field, it's out of focus. You can't even really see it all that well, but you can see it well enough that you can tell that it's a board with holes in it. And actually, I think on the edges, just the edges. Nope, just the edges. I don't know how noticeable that's going to be, but it does look kind of off if the edges are the same as the like whole part. So I'm just going to make that the regular wood on the sides there. It shouldn't really be visible, but just in case it ends up being seen somewhere. And there. Board for this Steampunk Tinkerer's tools to go on. Actually, I can... let's make that to object. So now when I... no, I thought... Wait. I thought that when you set it to object, it would keep them... Oh well, whatever. Just make it bigger is all. Let's make it go all the way back. There, and right up to the window there. Okay then. Now to just make some quick random tools. Because you can't, you cannot possibly tell what is supposed to be on that back wall there in this crap. So I can just make up whatever I want. I could put actual tools in there, or I could make up some random fantasy crap. But it would make the most sense to stay within the bounds of... reasonably within the bounds of realism, so how about a basic hammer? Just pull that out some. Let's just that. Inset these. Bring them in. Extrude that just a bit. Extrude that a bit more. Make a little cut there. So I can extrude that. And there's my basic hammer. Very basic hammer. To give it a little better shape. Let's see what happens when I subdivide it. little more than I kind of wanted there, but that's fine. Oh, that's not... What is happening there? Okay. Alternatively, I can just inset these. Nope, not that. Ah, dang it. Actually, that does look okay. Ah, quit selecting the wrong things. Just do that. Bring that in. There. Basic, easy hammer. And it will be in the background, so exact detail is irrelevant. But I don't know of any workshop, fictional or otherwise, that has a plain white hammer that all appears to be made of the same material. So what I can do then is start assigning some materials. Let's just use the basic wood for the handle. And see, select, invert. Select everything that was not selected. It's not, it's got something I didn't want to select there, but I think, no, go away. Unable to, oh, really? Okay, fine. Can't remove material slot in edit mode. Okay, yeah, that's not what I wanted at all. Let's just do, nope, not that, just that. Okay. That's also not quite right, but okay. And I can use my dark metal for the rest of it. There. And then I can just fix this with a quick... Nope. There we go. Alright. Made a hammer. Pretty big hammer, actually. Should probably do some adjustments to the scaling once I figure out exactly where I want to put it, but yeah, scale that down some. Alright, and we have our first tool on the tool board. And how does that look with the depth of field? It looks like a blurry hammer in the background. Okay. You know what? It'd be a shame to use this model only once. Let's give this guy 2 hammers and make one slightly smaller than the other. And just have it there. Yeah. Okay. What other tools would be in a steampunk sort of thing? Wrenches are a thing. Because pipes are a thing in steampunk. I think I can probably... Actually, no. Let's... Cylinder... Let's do... hexagonal. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Oops, I should have been object mode instead of edit mode. Oh, excuse me. And the nice part about making a wrench is I can make a set of wrenches, and that will fill out more space on the board. Let's do that. There we go. Let's do normal. There we go. Inset. Why am I doing this in render mode anyway? Just bring that out. And actually, I should have done this first. The music went away again. There we go. Go. Oops. Ah. Back to normal. There. Just extrude that out. And then another one. Oh god, okay. Alright, where's my music? Come on. It's supposed to be 34 hours of music. Why would it randomly stop? This is the same one it was just playing. What is happening? It hasn't been playing the same song the whole time and I just didn't notice, was it? Come on. Make like a socket on the end of this one. Come on, music, come back. What is happening? Ah, what in the world? What happened to the... Okay, never mind. I think I'll just... There it is. I think I'll just delete these. Oh, Then extrude out, question mark, in. No, I don't. Okay. That's fine. I know another way I can do what I'm trying to do. Just takes more steps. Now I can delete these, and then I can select this edge, and loop tools, bridge. Repeat, 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 boop, 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 and boop. There we go. Basic sort of wrench looking thing. I don't know. And I don't need to do anything fancy with the texture. I can just slap worn metal on there. Actually kind of looks more like a... like something you would use to handle a crucible of molten metal or something, but yeah, that works. Shade smooth? No, shade auto smooth. Looks the same. What if I were to to bevel. 2 segments. Let's see. What exactly is it doing? There, I guess that works. And then I can set origin to geometry. It's going to be very awkward to rotate and move around because of the way I modeled it, and it's like off center, but that is fine because I don't care. Though it would help to go back to normal global orientation mode. Okay. I don't want it going into the thing, I just want it right up against it. It's hard to tell what I'm doing here. Okay. And just have it sort of there. There we go. Okay. And I'll move those over here. Nope. Nope, to the side. Duplicate to the side. There. Why does it keep going back to normal orientation? I want global. I'll just make like 4 of these in increasing size. There. I should make a collection of stuff for the board. Tool board. Okay, so it's that, and that. Those all go in this collection. Okay, okay. So we have shelf stuff. Boop, boop. We have stuff on the tool board. Boop, boop. Okay. And where's my camera? Oh. Pegboard. I have a bad habit of not naming things as I make them and work on them, so a lot of my Blender scenes are just absolute messes of like cylinder 68, cube 49, yada yada yada. What is this cube? That is my fog cube. Fog cube. Random outside BS. And this cube, okay, there's a lot. I think that is the window itself. Yes, okay. Window. Windowsill. Cylinder, that's the lamp. That's the skybox. Grid is the window grate. Okay, I think everything is more or less properly named. Well, none of the little tools are, but that's in a collection, so it's fine. I can mess with that when I need to, if I need to. When and or if I need to. And that tool board is still looking kind of empty. This hammer's kind of small. Let's see. How would I go about making a pair of like pliers or calipers? Whoops, not that. Grab, not hide. I think it should be very small. And let me think. I think if I cut it in half and then pull those out so that when I extrude these individually, like that, and like, whoops, nope, don't select them all, just those two. Okay. And none of these tools are going to be functional in any way. They just have to look like tools. So it doesn't matter if I could hypothetically 3D print something, because I'm not going to. What the hell? Okay. Okay. New thought. Better thought. Delete half of that. Model half of this. Mirror it when I'm done. That would be the smart thing to do. So I will do that. Because I am not averse to doing the smart thing. Oops. Okay. And then I go mirror. There we go. Those kind of look like some sort of grabber tool. But actually I think I do want to extend that back just a little bit. Just a little more. There. And maybe pull these up some and out some, not too much. Make this a little more roundish. There we go. Pull these in. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and apply that mirror and yeah. Let's see what happens when I subdivide this thing. I think that looks pretty good. And then I just put texture on it. Where is dark metal? There. Shade smooth. Oops. Pushed a little too far back there. 90. Okay, and then make a bigger one. And an even bigger one. But let's actually move these guys up some. Actually, maybe I'll put these here and that one there. We'll just have two of those. kind of feel like it should be that way around. If the idea is for it to be hanging on a peg, that makes a little more sense. That did not do what I said to do. 180, there. Okay. Looking good, I would say. Where's my camera? Where is my camera? There it is. A bunch of stuff is in like the main collection and a bunch of stuff is not. That's weird when that happens. Because I don't pay attention when I'm making something. What collection did these end up in? Oh, the correct one. Good to know. Okay. Alright. Still a good bit of space on that tool board there. How about a screwdriver? Should be easy to throw together right quick. Start with the cube, as you do. Let's see. Bring it up. Bring that in. And then bring that up. And that is way too big of a handle for a screwdriver. I can always adjust the scale after, but proportionally it was very strange looking, so I'll just adjust it while I've got it where it is. Bring that up, and then bring these out. That is a massive screwdriver, but guess what? Now it's not. But now the handle is too small. There we go. All right. And I definitely want to do some extra things to this. That's not gonna work. Maybe there we go. Yeah. And then I can put two materials on this one. Let's do shiny wood for the handle. It'll be a fancy screwdriver. And then for the actual metal part, worn metal. go. Except that bit there is kind of not right. There we go. Looks better. Some kind of screwdriver, some kind of weird looking tool. I don't know. It's not super important for it to, as long as it just kind of generally looks like it belongs on a workshop tool board. Everything's good. 180. Copy it, make a bigger one, copy it, make a bigger one, copy it, make a bigger one. There's a lot of screwdrivers on this board. Make another tinier one. There we go. Move them over some. All right. All right. Had another thought about the actual texture of the room. I can put the regular wood texture on the floor. For how barely visible it actually is. I don't think that looks too bad. Well, actually, the scaling is off because I messed with it in a few places. Does it still look okay on... I would say that does not look very good. And I'm gonna have to have a new wood texture for like every single object that's actually got the wood texture on it, which is a bit annoying. But fine. Table wood 2. And okay, actually, that was all I needed to do. So what if I also do that? What is that changing on the shelves? Generated versus object. I think object looks better, but okay. Well, let's just do floor, and we'll have that be generated. And gotta mess with the scale. And also, I think, make it darker. That's not the one. What is happening? Okay, I don't need the edge wear on that one. I can just do that. And that for the bump. Yeah, I don't need the all the nonsense for the edge worn down edges. I can just do this. Do it without them. And just make that sort of a reddish, darker brown. And make that much darker. And the general scale, I think, bring it down quite a bit. Alright, how's that look in render? Little too dark, I think. That's better. And actually, I think... Oh, did I make the shelves non-selectable? Dang it. Where are the shelves? What did I do with them? I can't select them, so I must have turned off... There they are. Oh, I just need one. I just want to mess with the text, the shader texture. Frickin'. Okay, the other one. Fine. Jesus. Okay. So I think for these, it's this one. Yeah. Just bring it up some. Make it a little lighter. And I also wanted to put some bevels on those. Bevel. Shade smooth. Shade auto smooth. Is that better? I don't know. Yeah, I think that works a little better. Okay. So shade smooth on that one, and also, oh, okay. Bevel edges. Say 0.1, okay. Easy to remember. 0.1 segments, 2 segments. There. Should I increase the bump on that? It doesn't seem to really be coming through. That's too much. Too much, not enough. Too much, not enough. Mess with the scale on this a little bit. Yeah, that's better. I still feel like that's not... I still feel like that's too dark. What is... Okay. Where is this part of the ramp supposed to be showing through? Because it doesn't look like it is at all. Like I could just remove that and it would not affect anything. Oh, because I guess the edge of the edge thingamajig was... Maybe? Okay, let's see here. Okay, so that's all without the edge, and this is only the edge stuff, so okay. So if I mess with this... Oh, I get an interesting pattern on the back. Actually, I kind of like that. Let's mess with this a little bit. I still don't like how... I want to make that lighter. Okay, so it's that one. That's too light. Bump is too much. Too much bump. Whoops. Maybe that's good enough. There needs to be something on top of the shelves. For sure. And actually, I want to grab these three. Nope, just these 3 books. Put them sideways. Just for the heck of it. Maybe get rid of that one. Make some space. More visual variety. But make sure they are rotated just slightly away from the camera so you can't see that there are no pages in these books. Oh, it would also help if they were all correctly oriented to each other. Oops. Nope, other way. There. Oops. Okay. Alright, that book in the back looks way too short. Just extend that. Actually, I think most of these books look way too short. There. Yeah, I think that works. Ah, what the hell did I do to the... Whoops. Okay. I need to, let's see. Walls, no. Shelf, no. All of these need to be turned off so I can't accidentally select them. Goes for you too, Fog Cube. Okay. Let's try that again without screwing up everything else. Just that, just the books. Just scale that way. Just a bit. That one doesn't need to come in quite so far. There. Okay. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Let's see. I'm gonna mess with the color of these bottles a little bit. Just turn down the saturation just a bit so it's not quite so... not standing out quite so much. Like, it should be noticeably a different color, but not quite so bright. Yeah, that's much better. Let's make that one blue. There. It's coming along. Especially when I turn the depth of field back on. I want some stuff on the top shelves. I think I will copy these books and move a stack of them up there. And maybe a bottle. Small bottle. Maybe a green bottle. something. I'll make a red one. And how about if this one is not got a cork in it and is on its side for some unexplained reason? You can't even see it. It's not going to be in the shot. Let's make it tinier. Maybe move it over to this one. Still can't even see it, but at least it looks like there's something on top of the other shelf. How about if I grab one of these random tools and just set it up there? Again, can't even see it. It's not even in the shot. But if I ever wanted something from a different angle, maybe it might be. Okay. What kind of equipment might be in a workshop such as this? How about a gas tank of some kind, like a pressurized gas tank? I would make that by first making a sphere. Scaling it down to the correct size. Viewing from an angle where I can actually see it all, which I cannot do. Move it over here. There we go. Just select the bottom half of it. And then the edges. I could have sworn it was... Oh, maybe it is Control-Alt. No, it's not. It's getting the wrong... Is it Shift-Alt? There it is, Shift-Alt. That's how you select an edge loop. Just bring this down. And extrude it again. And now that I remembered how to do that, I can just select that, do that, merge those, so now I have a solid shape. I want the bottom to be flat, so I'll just scale that to 0 on Z. Alright. And now, just extend that, extrude that part out some. And the very top bit there. Make that straight. Extrude some. Extrude some. Extrude some. And then grab these. Extrude those in. Oops, just the top. There we go. And then I can move this back here, maybe against the back shelf, workbench table thing. Maybe this is some kind of fancy steampunk welding thing, or I don't know. And let's put the brass shade smooth, shade auto smooth. Actually, let's do this bottom part. That's just the silver. And then this part, just that part, is also silver. Okay. Hard to kind of tell with the edges there that I want to make sure it was right. Auto smooth. What is... Alright, let's just... There. Okay. And I can copy that because I want two of... I don't want one of anything. I want at least two of just about everything. And it makes sense that a workshop would have multiple tanks of some supply thing that they presumably use a lot of. So let's make 3 of them. Yeah, let's just make it 2. Can't really see the third one from there anyway. All right. Now, should one of those be connected to something? Should I make a long hose or tube or something that connects to a unspecified tool? And also I had a thought about something I can do on... I can just put a like a mat or a tablecloth or something on top of the workbench there. Let's do plain. And make this the rough leather, we'll say rough leather red. Bring that down. Bring that over. Not that far down. Get bigger. And then just bring it up just a tiny bit. Whoa, I said just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. There. And we don't want it going into the table, just sitting right kind of on top of it. Yeah, I think that looks good from here. I want to make a random steampunk thing now. So I think I will work out one to sit here on the table in the background. And maybe while I'm making that, it'll give me some idea of how to do some stuff in the foreground. Basically, I'm making this background stuff to get an idea of how I'm going to do this foreground stuff. So there's parts of it that are in like wooden boxes and parts of it that are kind of in metal. So let's make a box. And let's put that nice shiny wood material on it to start with. I think it's sitting kind of high. No. Damn it. No. Just the top bit. There. Okay. And let's make a cylinder. Oh. Never mind. Hold on. Let's make a cylinder with more than 6 sides. 32. And let's put it in the box. After we put a metal texture on it. How about I use that copper? And also smooth it. And also get rid of these, those engons. There we go. It's kind of too similar to the wood texture. Doesn't stand out as much. How about just shiny metal? I think the roughness is, again, the scale of the scene versus the way I have that texture set up is causing problems. I just want some wear around edges, hard edges. What I have not been doing, I have not been applying transformations, so that might also be screwing things up. I don't know. Let's see, what else? Why don't I take one of these and also put it in there? But shrink it down some. And maybe do 3 of them next to each other. if they were, maybe if they were rotated this way. I guess that works well enough. I mean, it's not really supposed to be anything, but I don't like that this random cylinder, I don't know, needs more stuff. So let's bring that in. Oof. And definitely do some bevels. There we go. And I guess I can make some kind of cable or hose, or I don't know. Let's see if I can figure out, see if I can remember exactly how that would be done. I know I probably want a cylinder with many cuts along the sides of it. Oops. Nope, don't select everything. Just this. I want it to be really thin, but kind of long. Because if I am correct in what I think I'm doing, I should be able to make this follow a curve. Not one that big though. So I think if I put, what was it? Was it just a curve modifier? Deform. There it is. Curve object. That one? Deform axis Y. No. Z. Z. Okay. Yes. Yes. Got it. Okay, so what I need to do then is it's just not long enough to follow the whole curve, so I can make it longer. Yeah. And now if I modify this curve, try to modify this curve, it will change the thingamajig. But I don't have enough geometry in there for it to look right, so I'm just going to subdivide that. There. All right. So now, where'd it go? Is that it? Oh, I think I know what I forgot to do. So the reason it's the origin is off and transformations are off. for both of these. That's not right. What in the world? Okay, wait. Origin to geometry. Origin to geometry. I don't think I'm doing that right. Pretty sure that's... that might be one way to do it, but... what is happening? Okay. I majorly screwed something up there. Okay. Let me see. I know there is a way to extrude a shape along a curve. I haven't done it in forever, so I forgot how. But I think it involved having the shape, first of all. Let's just subdivide that. Yeah, that's good. Make that very tiny. And most importantly, have that at the 0 point. So that is at the origin of that, of the thing. And let's make sure we apply all transforms just so everything is right. Okay. Now I make the curve. Bezier curve. And then I edit the curve instead of moving it anywhere first. It would probably be easier to see if I did this in not rendered mode. Okay, so basically what I want... What I want is for something to go into the top of this cylinder here. So what I can do to make that happen is that. More or less. And let's say the other end is going into one of these tanks. How about that? So I want that there. I want the end of the curve to go into that. Where is the handle? It's a very unnecessarily long curve. Let's do that, bring it in some. Okay, and then I can put that down into that. Okay, that actually looks right. Maybe I can bring that down over some. Up, around, and into it. Okay. So I got that sorted out. Now what I want to do is... was it bevel? Type. No, it was... geometry, profile, custom. shape. No, where was that? All right. Help me, Google. Word bevels and curves. How to make curves using bevel curve. Bevel profile. You can specify a curve object which will be extruded along the curve. That's what I'm looking for. Geometry tab. Where is that under? Modeling curves, properties, geometry. Oh, is it in the? Is it for the curve? Ah, there it is. Okay. Extrude? Oh, I can just do that. Huh. Well, I kind of can't because it's just a whatchamacallit, a flat plane, a two-dimensional, there's no actual geometry to it. But if I... How do I... Taper object, curve object name that defines the width. Maybe that's it? Alright, let's, oops. Bring that up just so I can find it. Taper object, that. No? Oh, maybe it has to... Maybe it's not a face. Maybe it's a... Maybe if I do a circle, a much smaller circle. Maybe that's what it has to be. And then if I extrude... No, that does not seem to be... That's not what I'm trying to do. Add? Whoa, okay, that's also definitely not what I'm trying to do. Dang it. Okay, turn that up way too high. I'm so close to getting it to do what I'm trying to get it to do. Object? Oh. There it is. Okay, that's where the... I read that the bevel thing, and I thought it was the bevel modifier. It's an option in the thing for the curve. Okay. So, yeah. So now if I make this smaller, we'll make that smaller. There we go. Okay. So now I should just be able to make, well... Okay, is there a way to... convert to mesh. So now that's its own separate thing. And changing things will not cause that to change. Okay. I will definitely not forget that again. Shade smooth. don't have... I needed to make a new material. Because I don't really have something that would work for that. Just a simple black, kind of shiny... Not too shiny, but yeah, like that. And we'll just call that rubber. That's a little still geometric looking. I'm going to subdivide that. There. Okay. I'm glad I figured out how to do that again, because I'm gonna need that for when I make the other stuff that's supposed to have like cables and stuff. So it's in the curve under geometry. Why don't I take one of these tools and put it on the workbench next to the thing that is being worked on? How about that? Why don't I just do that? Okay. And since there is supposed to be something giving off light back here, at least in the original, this original AI abomination, there is definitely something along the back wall that is illuminating it, even though this AI has no real idea how to do light. So I guess I can... What can I do? I could make another sort of half... Whoops, not an isosphere, not an icosphere, a UV sphere. I think I can maybe... what is happening? There. Front. I guess I'll do the exact same thing I did with the gas tanks, except not all the way. Just make it very thinly solid. Or there is another modifier that I could use, solidify. I'm not sure what that actually... Okay, so it does do what I thought it does. So if you have an open model where it's like missing a face or something, it will fill it in, basically. But I want that very thin. Offset, no. I'm not worried about that. Only rim? Don't fill? No, do fill. Shade smooth. Well, let's just see how that looks as glass. Oops. Glass bulb. And how about we actually get the origin right? And we can put that in here. And a light, point light. It's a very bright light. Might be a little brighter than I need, but let's get it where I want it first and then see. Oh, that's actually... Oh. I thought I had it in the glass and it was actually doing what I wanted, but... It almost kind of is, but I really need that glass to not be quite so, it's the roughness of it that's really screwing things up. So I think if I just detach that node, and the light, where's the light? Light, give me the light. There you are. That should be kind of a yellowish. Orangish. I am not a fan of how much light gets trapped in a solid glass object when it's not supposed to be doing that. Let's see, radius. Ah, there we go. Well, no, not really, actually. Well, maybe if I turn the power down on it. Dang it. Light. Give me the light. There we go. Okay, and then power up, way down. Radius. Whoa. Ah. I mean, you won't even be able to see it very well, but you'll just be able to see that something is glowing, I guess. So the detail, I suppose, doesn't really matter. But I would like to be able to make those light bulbs that I like, because they're like these antique light bulbs, and somebody pointed out that there are actually light bulbs that look like this, and the fact that they look very unusual is not because of the AI making a mistake, but yeah, let me see something. Is it an Edison light bulb? Yeah. Yeah, so they actually have these sort of vertical filaments in them. So that's pretty clearly what the AI program was trying to do. But the thing is, they have to be visible, and I seem to be having trouble making them visible through glass. Even very thin glass. And I don't know if that's something to do with the settings I have on the glass, the index, the refraction index. But I think the refraction index of glass is like the default that it's set to, so that should be working okay. Intensity of light, 1.5. List of refractive indices. Refractive index of glass. Is the glass in a light bulb different? I don't know. It's just annoying me that I can't get it to I just want the light coming out and not making the glass like actually too, like it's too reflective, and I'm not sure how to make that not happen. If I bring the radius way down, or if I just set it to 0, actually, maybe that'll work. Actually, yeah, okay, I just figured it out. Just set the radius to 0. So then it still looks like there's light coming out of it, but it's not it's not blowing itself out just with the light bouncing all around on the glass. It's just the light is just passing through. Okay, good to know. So now that I know that, I could make that probably much brighter. Yeah, I can. Okay. Maybe not quite that high. Let's try 50. I think that works. All right. Well, I had a breakthrough, so I can make the light bulb for the actual lamp now, if I wanted to. I'm definitely going to have to really crank up the samples on this render when I actually do the final render, because there's going to be tons of fireflies right now anyway. Oh, I was gonna do some little adjustments to that light still. Just want to see how it looks from back here. If I turn the saturation down just a bit. Actually, how does that look without the depth of field? I don't know. Oops. You know what? How about I just do a quick test render right now and see what I get from this. Let's turn the depth of field back on. And Actually, I could mess with the f-stop. I didn't do any of that and just left it at the default. Because I want the background to be blurred, but not to a crazy degree. So if I just... Okay, so that's f-stop at like 0. So the more I turn it up, the further back it pushes the focus. Yeah, I think that probably works. Actually, why don't I'll do the light bulb and then I will, then I'll do a test render and see how this all looks in an actual render. Since now I know how to make the light come out of a glass thing without it blowing itself out. So let's do that. Subdivision a couple times. And also solidify. Solidify, then subdivide. And put the glass bulb texture on it. There. Also shade smooth. Let's bring those in. Not gonna see the bottom of it anyway, so that doesn't matter. But if I put this in here, yeah, it does that again. But now that I know, what's going on with that, I can adjust it and fix that. So radius to 0. And just turn up the power, right? Why? Ah! Why did it work on the other one and not this one? Did I do something? Did I mess something up with the solidify? Alright, what do I have? This one. Exactly the same. It's even subdivided. So why then? Why did setting the radius to 0 on that one work, but not... Why is it not doing the same for this one? I take the glass away, and suddenly it blows everything out. As soon as the glass is in there, and this is a very thin is there something to do with the material setting? Let's see. Volume, interpolation, displacement. It is not a displacement thing. Well, there's nowhere to do anything with, like, shadows. Is it just too small? Did it only work on the other one because it was bigger? No, I don't think that's it. Okay. 50 watt, cast shadow, multiple importance, radius 0 meters, 1024 max bounces. What the hell? What is happening? Okay, let's see what happens if I apply the subdivision. Absolutely nothing. What if I apply the solidify? Absolutely nothing. What is happening? Why is it not... Why is it not shining through the glass? I hate it when I look up Blender things and I find screenshots of like 10-year-old versions of Blender that still had the old user interface. It's like, there's no way the stuff in this thread is going to be helpful to me. Passing through glass, you have to enable reflective and refractive caustics in the render settings. Okay, but I didn't have to do that for the other one. This one is passing through the glass just fine, right? Like, I'm not crazy. This light, this point light right here is definitely unambiguously inside that glass dome. And the light is shining through the glass and lighting up the wall behind it and everything around it. And the way I got it to do that was by setting the radius to 0 and the power was set to 50. But when I set this this point light, god dang it, where is it? Where'd it go? There it is. When I set the same kind of light with the same settings and a thin glass bulb around it, the glass bulb blocks way too much light. So something is... like, even if I move it down here, but when I take the glass out, suddenly all the light comes out. So why is this light not doing what that light does? Let's just delete that light. I think that was one of the default lights in the scene anyway. Maybe there's something I have to... So if I just create a new light, what happens if I put the new light in a bulb? Well, I have to find the light first. There it is. I have to put it actually inside the bulb. Okay, and what happens? Same thing happens, I think. What is... oh, maybe if I set it higher than that? No? What the hell did I do to that light to make it do what I wanted to? I have no idea what's going on with this. Shadow caustics, turn on that, turn off shadow. Oh, shadow. But I want it to cast shadows, so I need that on. Yeah, it's the same glass material, so there's no roughness on the glass. That should be causing that to happen. It just looks like, I think it's reflecting the material there. Okay, so I can get it to work if I turn off shadows, but I kind of want shadows. So what the hell? Is it just a random freak occurrence that I got that to work the first time? What if I make a sphere? A glass sphere. I didn't think I'd be spending a significant chunk of this stream trying to figure out something technical. But I do kind of need this to work in some way. Okay, so right now it thinks the light source is just encased in solid glass, because that's basically what I did. So to make that a light bulb, a glass shell, I want to put the solidify modifier on it. But that's still trapping the light in there where I don't want it. What if I just make it like a dome? That still doesn't really do anything. What I can't figure out is why it works over here. I did nothing differently. It's a glass dome with a solidify modifier on it, thickness of 0.01, offset -1, that's the default. Fill? Did I do that on the... Yeah, all the same settings. I mean, this one doesn't have a subdivision modifier on it, doesn't really need it. What in the hell? It's got to be something to do with the light. Okay. Here's a thought. What if I just copy that light? And bring it over here. And try putting that inside the bulb. And see what happens. Is that... God damn it. Where is it? Okay, it's inside it. And I think it's doing what I want it to do. What the hell? That is so bizarre. Like, it is coming through that. Like, it's not shining. It's not just the one in the background, right? Like, if I select this one, where is this? If I turn that on, yeah. What the hell? What did I do to that light to make it work? That I can't do to another light to make it do the same thing, apparently. Okay then, well, let's make this more bulb-like, I guess. Let's do that. That is one of the stranger problems I've had with Blender. Oops. I feel like it is definitely, the light definitely is inside the geometry there. It's just, there's something that this light has that I apparently can't replicate on another light. Is it the color? No, because changing the color still doesn't stop the light from coming through. That is infuriating that I will probably never know why that's happening. Let's make it a little more towards the orangish, but not too much. There. Well, okay then. There's something on that particular light that I cannot duplicate. Like, I cannot replicate that effect and make it shine through glass. So the only way to make that happen is to copy that light, to duplicate that light, and just change the color and maybe the brightness or whatever. Actually, that does remind me, 50 is not what I had. Actually, 50 is probably good. Have I really been at this for 5 hours already? Ow. I almost don't want to believe that. Oops, where am I? Let's make another one of these and... I mean, I've definitely got a lot done in this time, but I don't know. Just yeah. Maybe I'll put another one back here. Mess with the rotation on that bit. There is supposed to be something in the windowsill, so I'll just put another one of these over here. But I will make that a different color. We'll make that the dark metal. Actually, that is the same as the, let's not do that. It would be the same as the window grating. It would be too much, too similar. It would disappear more than I want it to disappear. I want it to just kind of be in the background and not really be all that noticeable, but I still want it visible. I don't want it to just become a indistinguishable mess back here. That looks okay. And how about I just grab some of these random bits here, inset those, and just pull something out of the side there. Okay. It's getting a little too fuzzy from the render preview, so we'll do this all in modeling mode. Okay, and then just make some of these random little cuts here. Not random, there's a purpose to them, but front. I just want to grab those and extrude them in some, just a bit. There. Some, what is going on with my, oh, I didn't want to move the camera. I just wanted to get a closer look at what's going on over here. Set those in. And yeah. Yeah, it looks like a sufficiently complex random steampunk doodad. Oh, I was going to do a test render when I figured out the light bulb thing, wasn't I? Yeah. So I will do that. I will set that to 512. Save it. And you can watch this render as it takes I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes maybe. Assuming it actually... What's happening? What are you doing, Blender? That was weird. F12 to render. What's happening? Why is it not rendering? Maybe I've had Blender open for too long. Let's try closing it. I just saved, so... Just go right back into that. There we are. It's like nothing ever happened. Although hopefully it cleared out whatever was messing with the render thingamajig. Maybe if I render it from here. Yep, there it goes. There we are. Oh, what is... Oh. Okay. The light was looking kind of strange. But I think it was just how it was going. Yeah, I think the final render I'm definitely going to have to bump up to maybe even like 2048 samples, because I don't think I've ever done something with this many light and glass interactions. So it's going to have a lot of these speckles all over. Like usually when it as it renders, it gradually gets rid of those, but I think, what is going on with that? What is happening in the background there? Why are there these sharp light shadows? Are those showing up in the preview? No, they are not. Maybe they are a little bit. I don't know, I'll just have to see it. Wait and see if those go away as it renders. They should, hopefully it will. But while that's going, I'm gonna take another quick break and I'll be right back. And when I do come back, hopefully this will be almost done or actually done, and we'll see how it looks so far. And bring that back up. Okay. I'm back. I did come by and see the finished render, and it looked terrible. So now I need to figure out why it is doing what it is doing with that weird light thing that's... Like, what is happening to that wall? I hope that's not because of the bevel I put on it, causing some weird, like, geometry thing. Or you know what, it could be that there's like light coming in over the top of it. Maybe I need to enclose that a little better. Let's see if that maybe does something. So let's just grab these two and bridge those. Huh. What is the light doing over here that is making that happen? Because that has to be the light that I've been fiddling with trying to get working. Yeah. It shouldn't be doing that. Let's see. Can't do that. What is going on here? What is causing all that weird light shenaniganery? Is my light just not quite in the right spot, or And it's pretty solidly just in the middle of the bulb that I made. Let's parent that actually. So now if I move the bulb, the light goes with it. Yes. Okay. Is it the... I thought I set that to shade smooth. Maybe I need to subdivide it some more. How's that? That is still not working. Okay. Just delete that. Because I'm pretty sure it's the light bulb, the glass thing, that's causing the weird things to happen. Yeah, because when I... What is that? Is it reflecting off of the metal of the lampshade down onto the table and then onto the wall, and that's what's causing that weird... No, it's not that. Okay. Well, first things first. I'm going to make... Try it with an icosphere. Just subdivide that to smoothness. And solidify and glass bulb. And make it tiny. Okay. Whoops. Grab, not scale. Okay. Just to make absolutely sure that the light is inside the glass. Both to 0. Okay. Okay. What is it doing? That's too thick. Why is it so thick? No. This is annoying. Okay, just delete that. Go back to the UV sphere. Make this smaller. Okay. Just see front. Let's take those off. Solidify. Where was that? There it is. Okay, maybe I need to make it big and then scale it down after I do all the other stuff. Because that really is like as thin as it goes to 0 after that. So This bullshit, I tell ya. Subdivision. Subdivisions. Okay. So let's... Should I solidify first, or... Yeah, I guess. And then apply that. So now that should be very thin. Yes, good. Okay. Now, if I put the glass bulb texture on it, there it is. Shade smooth. That looks more or less right. Put that the dead center of everything. Move the bulb inside it. Oh no, why is it doing it again? Or is it because it's inside the table? No, it's definitely inside the glass, and okay. 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 Shit, I should have... Oh, where is it? God damn the light. Always a pain in the ass to track down. Okay, I'm gonna pair the light to the bulb. So now whenever I want the bulb, I can just grab the light. Let's reset all that. Actually, let's put everything, this whole setup, just add 0. So now I can mess with it and get it all put together correctly. And then I can figure out where I want to put things. Okay. Weird. What? Something freaky is going on with like my lights or something, because like it was not showing the light and now it is, and now it's I don't know what's going on with this thing. Let's just put that up there. Okay. Why am I getting this weirdness on the wall? There should not be any of that. Okay, it's nothing to do with the subdivisions apparently. Is it like the geometry of the wall itself, or what the hell is going on here? Radius 0. Power? What is this thing doing? What if I turn off the lamp? If I make the lamp just go away? Okay. And if I make the bulb go away... What is going on? Light bulb. There. It's still kind of doing it, so what is happening? Where is that weird refraction or whatever coming from? It's the lamp. Why is it the lamp? That's weird. Maybe if I shade smooth? That is really weird and annoying that I can't figure out what's going on with that. What the hell is happening? It's not the lamp, but sometimes it's the lamp. It's the lamp and the light bulb. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what the hell I'm supposed to do about that. I thought I fixed the problem, and it turned out I just found another problem. Because that's just how things go. Apparently. Okay. Here's a thought. What if I just put something in the light bulb with crazy high emission. Oops. So let's just bring that down. I'm going to make a new material for the filament inside the light bulb at some point anyway. So what if I do this? I want to make this glow very brightly. Not that brightly. And then I want to put it inside the light bulb. So what happens when I do that? Absolutely nothing. Even if I crank the emission up to 5,000, it does not go through the glass. So that's also kind of annoying. Making a light bulb in Blender. Okay, I don't need a 20-minute tutorial for that. I'm pretty sure I know most of what that involves. What if I make this a different material? What if I make it silvery metal? And then I take this light, this point light, actually, hold on. Let me see something here. If I completely enclose that. Okay, yeah, it still does exactly what I'm wanting it to do. So what if I just copy the light and the bulb, the glass dome here, move them over here, get rid of that thing. How does this look so far? And if I rotate that to be 180, and yep, the light is definitely inside that. And I will parent it so I can move them together. Okay, and then I just make this one. Oh, no. Why is that happening? Something is... Okay, there's no roughness on the glass. IOR is 1.5. Does messing with that cause anything to change? 0. 208. As far as I can tell, that's not doing anything as far as the light. What the hell? Maybe that works. It's just hard to tell because that weird shadow stuff wasn't like happening in preview mode, but it was only really showing up in the actual render, like the full render. Son of a bitch. Okay. Maybe a little bit of roughness on the glass. Hell with it. Let's just do another test render and see what happens. I mean, if it comes to it, I can just take the lamp and light bulb out of the scene completely. There's no reason it has to be in there. It doesn't have to be visible. I can just have the light, like, higher up above the scene, maybe, and then sort of have the lamp just be implied by where the light is coming from. But it would be nice if I could figure out why that, why it's doing what it's doing and being weird about it. But right now, all I can do is wait. Twitch says I've got 3 people watching. How are y'all doing? Have I changed anybody's minds about AI when you see how much work should really go into a piece of art? I don't know if that's really what I was going for, but trying to prove some kind of point about AI sucks, okay? Don't use it. You're just stealing from people who put in the time to learn how to make the art that was stolen, to train that AI, and you're depriving yourself of the opportunity to learn how to create art like they do. You know? Like, anybody can learn how to create art. Anybody can learn to draw, anybody can learn how to make 3D models and put textures on them and how to light scenes, and you don't let the machines take this away from humanity. That's not what they were supposed to do. Machines were supposed to make work easier so humans could spend their free time that is no longer occupied by work creating things like art. That's what machines were supposed to do. They were supposed to make work easier so humans could make art. And then capitalism came along and said, hey, we can sell art, but we have to make art very, very fast. So we have to make it not as good. Because if we want to sell more of it, we have to have more of it. And we want to sell more of it faster, so we need to make it faster. Capitalism ruins everything. I mean, that's really all there is to it. Almost done. Looks like the light weirdness is mostly gone. I think it's on the wall that's out of frame mostly, so I don't have to worry too much about that. But yeah. Don't use AI. Don't support anybody who uses AI. It's a lie. It's a computer program pretending it can be creative. And it can't do that. None of them can. None of the text generating things know what they're putting out. It's glorified predictive text autocorrect. None of these image generating programs know what they're doing. Hey, it's finished. And yeah, it's speckly as all hell. I'm definitely going to have to... Oh, excuse me. Definitely going to have to do, like, maybe even double the samples again after 2048. But yeah, it looks like the weird light problem is, like, not there, so... Yeah. So that's good, at least. I still got a good 2 hours. I was planning to do about an 8-hour stream because the idea was to get something really good done in what would be approximately a standard work day, so an 8-hour work day basically. So I've done a pretty good amount of work so far, and I've still got a couple more hours to go before I wanted to end things. So yeah, this aside from that weird lighting problem that's definitely going on this wall that's not in the shot, so I'm not going to worry too much about it anymore because it's just wasting time. I'd say this has been going swimmingly. Isn't there a way to make a... I'm still stuck on this lighting thing. I'm sorry. It's just bugging the crap out of me. I thought there was somewhere you could set an object not to cast shadows or something. Those are the modifiers. Where is that? Is Is it under geometry data? No. Dang it, where was that? I used it to do compositing, like to put something in a photograph, and there was a way to make some things not visible, or what was it? Collections, instancing, visibility? No. What is that's maybe it is in here. Glossy? No. Camera? No. Diffuse? No. Shadow? Nope, that's not right. Is it? So if I do that, turn shadow. Ah, okay, that is it. So that is being weird because of like the lampshade. So that's easy to deal with at least. Okay, I can just turn the shadows off for the light bulb, and it will make it look less weird. I know with a real light bulb you have that sort of that like refractive kind of like if you shine a flashlight on something, at least an old flashlight, I don't know if the modern LED ones do that, but it has like that sort of weird kind of circular pattern because of the way it's like the light is coming out of the glass shape. So yeah. Okay. Well, should I do it on that one too? Does it make any oh, that makes a lot of difference. Okay. Oh, actually, it makes the shadow of the cable thing show up better. Yeah, I'll just turn off the shadows for the glass bits, and there we go. That'll be that. So do that, parent that. So now I can move the entire thing. And you know what, let's... Okay, the actual light though, I think it's a little... Still a little too... Like, I think the one in the background is actually probably... Let's do this one to 15, and that one is too much. Let's try 20. That's a little better. I just... The sharp shadow from the lampshade is annoying me. Maybe if I widen that, bring it up some, or should I just turn off shadows for the lampshade? Like, I know it's like more realistic, but it's bugging me just the way it looks. I think I'm gonna just turn off shadows for the lampshade. So hold on, let's undo what I did for the... Yeah, we'll undo that. And then I'll just turn off the shadows. There. That works. And actually, I don't think I really need the roughness on the light bulb, because I will eventually put a filament in there. so it will look like the bulb itself is actually glowing, and it's not just a random point of light inside the bulb. Okay. Not overly crazy about that. I would like it to look a little darker, maybe. Maybe that. Like in the other one, it's actually it is way closer to being like wider than yeah, I guess that works. But I do also kind of want to move these random things up a bit, over a bit. Maybe back. There. That works for me. Okay. Oh, I turned the roughness up on that because I thought it was being weird about reflections, but no, it was not. Get it in the center. There we go. Very, very light bump on the wood texture there. Well, I guess now that I've figured out how to do that shenanigans with the light and turning off the shadows for stuff, I think I'm going to try and make a filament for inside these light bulbs. And I'm going to try to do it by the same method I used to make that hose that goes from the cable or the tank to the random thing on the table. I don't know if there is an easy way to make a sort of curly, squiggly type thing. Maybe if I start with a circle. But then I delete one of these vertices. Nope. Okay. How about the segment? No. Okay. Never mind then. That is not the way to do it. It's gotta be a single segment of a curve. How am I gonna do this? It'd be nice if they started in a more like a different default position for the way the curve goes. I can radius, tilt, shear, randomize. No, don't randomize. I I know I can extrude. I think construct and edit splines. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's select all of these. Oops. Just flatten that whole thing. So it's all on one plane. Okay, so if I grab that one, yes. And let's look at this from the front. Maybe drag it over here so it's not... Yeah. Okay, so let's try the draw tool. Oh, wait. If I just do this... Okay. Grab this, this, this. Yeah, okay, okay. So I want to grab these. This and this, and this one. And then if I just drag them back a little bit, maybe this one too. So now I've got kind of a sort of squiggly type thing. It's not exactly perfect or anything, but if I grab these all and just bring them in. Okay, now if I were to make a circle, but a very tiny circle, very tiny. Like that tiny. And now how did I do that? It was under, what was it under? And then this curve, it's under here. Bevel. Object. That. No, come on. I don't think I did that right. Dang it. What the hell is that? Did I forget how to do it again? I think I forgot how to do it again. Delete all those. You get there. Circle. Make that circle very tiny. It's not a curved circle, it's just a regular circle. Okay. This. Bevel. Oh, do I even have to... Wait. Oh, I don't even have to necessarily do that. Okay. That's better. That's much better. Okay. Excellent. So then I can convert this to a mesh. Done and done. And now I've got my little squiggly filament that can go inside a light bulb. But I need to make it very small first. Oops. Very small. And stretch it out some. That should do. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let me just do that. And now it is, whoops, not quite inside the light bulb. There. Now it is actually inside the light bulb. And now I can put the material for? No, that was the sky texture. I thought I made one that I was going to use for a thing. Material? Oh, it was just material. Okay. Filament. I cannot tell if that is actually like changing the color. I don't think it is. Or it might be, but it's like too close to the it's too close to the like bright light in there, so it's just not even. Oh, that's actually, there it goes. There we go. And now the light bulb has a filament in it. And since I have that one made, I can copy it and bring it over here and put it in this one, even though you can't really see it. Or maybe you can, I don't know. Whoops. 3, select, there. Flip that one. Yeah, you can't really even see it, but it's there. Maybe a little bit of roughness there. Oh. What do antique light bulbs really kinda? Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay. Go ahead and save again. What are those shadows coming from? Oh, okay. It's because of the filament that I just put in there. They are solid objects, so of course they block light. No big deal. Just do the same thing I did for everything else and turn off shadow for that. And I can get those. Turn off shadow. There. Ugh. Yeah, I would say this is coming along even better than I kind of expected it to. Oops. Let's parent that to the bulb so they both move together. If I move the lamp around. I just need to remember to, when I do make a light bulb, I need to turn off shadows for the glass and the filament so the light actually comes out and doesn't make like weird patterns. And I actually don't need to have that at a weird angle now, because the only reason I had it at that weird angle was because of the weird shadow problems. Oh, actually, maybe it is better to have it at a kind of just at a bit of an angle so you can't see that the bottom of the, you can't see that the end of the light bulb isn't actually modeled. Window still seems kind of empty. What if I just make another one of these? Rotate it a bit. And kind of scale it down. So maybe it looks like it's kind of part of the same machine or something. Yeah. That looks a little better. Maybe move it just a bit there. There. Okay. So I guess all that's really left to do is make all the weird stuff on the table that's supposed to go in like the foreground. And then figure out how I'm gonna deal with rendering this. Because there's gonna be a lot of these speckles. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to massively crank up the samples on that, and that's gonna massively increase the time it takes to render. I just realized my music is not playing. Probably hasn't been for a while. Okay. I don't know, I kind of don't like how bright that light back there is. I might turn this down even more. It's just kind of like literally like stealing the spotlight. It draws all your attention to what's going on in the background, and I don't necessarily want that. So maybe... Dang, if I even turn it all the way down to 1. I think that's a little better. Maybe... Dang it. There it is. Maybe like a 3, 5. And if I put it down a little further. Is it inside the thing? Wait. If I just turn this light off altogether, would that maybe even be better? Where is this point light? Okay, you know what? I'm going to put lights all in a collection. That seems like a good thing to do. And it would save a lot of trouble when I'm trying to find where one is. I can just select it from the collection thing. And there's only 2 right now, but there might be a few more depending on how I do the light bulbs on the weird random steampunk doohickey thing. Alright, now where are you? You're in one of these random collections. Oh god, that is a lot of cylinders and cubes. Where is it? Point 002. Ah, there it is. Maybe? No? Wait. Plane. Oh, I saw the P and thought maybe that was point, but no. Oh, it's because it's parented, that's right. Ah, forget it then. I parented it to the light bulb, so it's under the light bulb thing. So, yeah, there it is. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about it. But this light here, if I turn that off... no, it still kind of benefits from being there. Okay. I think I'm mostly done fussing around with lights. I think I'll take this one back to the dark metal. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably about time to make some random little steampunky kind of... Oh, I closed it again, damn it. Images, there you are. Yeah. I just need to make this weird random little gizmo thing and a book. 2 books. Well, I can make... Whoops. I can make 1 book and then just copy it, because that's how digital things work. If you need a lot of something, you can make 1, and then just copy it a bunch of times, and make little changes. Oh, excuse me. Ew. I've got a notification that somebody was following me and they have one of those ugly ass monkey NFT avatars. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna, let's see. So the main thing of it is just kind of a big box. That is very easy to do. There's my box. It's so big it takes up the whole screen, the whole view. Don't need one that big. Okay, it's clipping into the table, but I'm gonna adjust the sizes of it anyway, so it's gonna be okay. It's probably a good size. Let's bring that out a little bit. Yeah. Let's get the lamp just up a little more out of there. Let's see. What do I want to do? It looks like it's supposed to be a wooden box like the one in the background, so I think I'll use the same wood as the table, but is that there? Don't be clipping through. Don't like that. Okay. I was gonna say I can use the same one as the table, but I can copy it and make it a darker one. Dark, shiny wood. Let's apply transforms and figure out what's going on with the edge thing. There it is, very faintly coming out. If I do that. Okay, and then well, I do want it darker. But that's doing too much. I just want the edges kinda a little bit worn. I don't want it going in too much. Oh, that's just a noise texture anyway, so. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I do want to make this darker. And this darker. I am seeing another problem with the AI not understanding how light works. The box is also kind of lit from the front, even though all the light sources should be behind it, so I have to adjust the placement of the thing, as well as the lamp. Kinda try to interesting. Basically, everything you see inside this square, that's like what the camera is seeing, and that's everything that's gonna render inside the frame if I were to render it at this moment. But yeah, I'm not a fan of how dark the front of the box is. Oops, okay. Okay, I need another window so I can move stuff around more easily, but still see the results of what's going on. So if I move this lamp here down a little bit, I just want to get some light coming in and lighting up the front of the box just a little bit. Oops. Maybe that works. Yeah, I think that works. I can see geometry on the lampshade and it's bugging me. Subdivide that thing. Okay, maybe a little... Come on. Really? No, I want... Okay. Okay, and then... Okay, I can't get the... Grab all of these and just inset. There. How's that look? Better, but also it's kinda... not quite right with the bulb. Dang it. No edges. Normal. That better. Yeah. Oops, not quite that much. There we go. Okay. Got that sorted out. Now I can go back to focusing on making the box that I want to make. And I got the front kinda a little better visible wise. So the box does appear to actually be some kind of box, which means it's got a little sort of crack between. Come on. There we go. There's a little crack in there. And if I just, oops. Actually, what am I doing? I can just, this would be a much easier way to do this. Just inset. There we go. And then I can just grab these two bits here and just kind of take them all the way back in. There. And then, oops, not inset, extrude. Ah. That's bevel. Where's extrude? Extrude along normals. Okay. That was being weird. Let's bring it in some. Okay. There we go. And then I can bevel it. Few segments in there so it has a smooth edge but not one that's too sharp. Okay, getting there. It's coming along. Should make it bigger actually. Okay. It's actually got the global. There. The bottom piece I think is a little bit bigger than the top piece. And then we have a metal circular bit. Looks like it might be a key or like a lock for a cylindrical key lock is what it looks like. It's behind the magic cards, so I can't be 100% sure. But that is kind of what it sort of looks like it's intended to be. If AI could have intentions. So let's actually get out of camera mode so I don't accidentally move the camera, because I like where I've got the camera placed. Make that much smaller. Okay. Okay, there you are. And let's go ahead and slap that texture on it. And give that a quick rotate, 90 degrees, either way, does not matter. And we'll shade auto smooth. And we will also just go ahead and completely delete that back face because I don't need it. And let's see what I can do with this. Just do that. Inset. Extrude in. Inset. Extrude out. Inset a lot more. Extrude in again. just extrude in. Delete those. And I think I should be able to see, starting from there, 1, 2, 3 over. Actually, let's do this first. So that's the top, 1, 2, 3. From the top, 1, 2, 3. Bring those down in 0. And those do the same. These all 0. One more actually. Oops. Zero. And then that. So now I've got a rectangular hole in the middle here, where there was once a circular hole. Well, it's not a hole yet, but it will be a hole because that was, whoops. Oh no, wait, it is a hole. I forgot I deleted the faces already. And then I just grab these, do an extrude in. And another one. Oops, where is that? Where did that go? Another one, and then just merge those to close it up. Now, how does that look? There we go. Actually, I think I kind of want to pull that in some more, because you can kind of see, like, the end of it. We're not supposed to see that. Let's pull that in all the way. Actually, also, I can flatten that, so it'll be less apparent. There we go. Alright, and then just pop that on any old place. The roughness is kind of bugging me on that. Let's adjust it. Roughness, roughness. Just bring those in. Oh, now it's too shiny. Metallic. The edgeware stuff is messing it up again. Is that any good? Turned up the scale some. Origin to geometry, apply all transforms, reset the origin. Maybe that works. One more little tiny tiny detail. Let's see what happens if I can bring that out some more. There. Yeah, I guess that works. Wait, actually, hold on. What if I just regular shade smooth? Actually, I don't hate that. It just needs a little bit of fixing on the keyhole sort of deal. Yeah. That actually looks a lot better. Okay. Getting there. Getting there. And I still got a whole hour. I don't know, maybe I'll keep going after 8 hours, maybe. I don't know. It wasn't like a hard limit or anything. It was just the idea was to see how much I could get done in that amount of time. So, yeah, the answer is more than I thought. Alright, let's, oops, that. Parent that so I can move one without having to mess with the other. It is absolutely covering up a lot of stuff that I had in the background, which I'm not necessarily worried about, but I would like some of that to remain at least a little visible, like the tanks back there. Man. I mean, I can move this down because it is there. Put that closer to the middle. Okay. Alright, let's see about those funky looking light bulbs. Let's just make a cylinder. Bring it in. Do I still have that other window open or did I close it? I closed it. Okay, never mind. Not a problem or anything. I just thought it might be a little easier to mess with, but it's fine. See how this is gonna look in the camera. Yeah, that'll do. And inset. Oops, nope. Hang on. What are we doing? Inset that, bring it down a little bit, inset the rest of the way, and merge. And shade auto smooth. I love that feature. Like, that's a very recently added thing to Blender, the shade auto smooth. Like that was in one of the last like most recent updates, I think. I don't know if it was the latest one, like Blender 4.0. That's the one I've got. It might have been like 1 or 2 updates before that, but yeah, it was. That's very helpful because you don't have to add so much geometry or even necessarily do a bevel modifier if you have something rounded but with hard edges like this, but you want to get rid of that like these geometry faces. But like regular shade smooth, yeah, it makes it look weird, but shade auto smooth does it right. So it used to be you'd have to add edge cuts, loop cuts around these edges to add enough geometry to make it kind of look right. But or you would do like a bevel if you didn't want to actually modify the model. But now you don't have to do that, and it is amazing. Ah, man, we're in dark metal. Oh, excuse me. I think what I'm gonna do is make a copy of that. Oh, excuse me. And try to get rid of at least some of that annoying edge stuff that I want in some places and I don't want it in others. And actually, let's do a little bit of adjustment here. Just bring that down more. Okay, okay. You know what? Let's give this thing I deleted the bottom face. That's fine though. I just wanted to extrude one more little thing out of here. Just to get a little more of a base there. And then I can put it very close to, but not quite on top of the box there. Just a little tiniest gap there. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, let's try again for what should be the last time to make a frickin' light bulb that won't completely mess everything up. It's gonna be a long tube light bulb kind of deal. From the front. X-ray. Select everything from there down. Select these edges. Extrude. Down some arbitrary length. Shade smooth. Put the glass bulb material on it. And do the solidify there. Okay, now I've got a good glass dome there. Let's apply that. Make that smaller. Bring it over here. And fit it inside this little holder thing that I made. And that would be easier to do in not render mode. And it would probably be, well, okay, it would be easier to do from the top if the Ceiling wasn't there, but okay. I think it's probably mostly good. I don't want it quite right up to the edges. Why are you not originating? What's going on? That doesn't look right. And I guess it is. What is happening? Huh. That just looks weird. Subdivision. There we go. That looks better. Less weird. Shade smooth and all that. Now I need one of my filaments. Actually, I need several of them, but let's just copy that one, bring it down here. Put it inside the glass. Oops. Okay, and then let's actually do a little bit of messing with it. Okay. Are those both selected? Yes, good. And we'll just copy that, and we'll flip that. And then we'll copy it again, and we'll just rotate that. And then we're done editing it, and I can just adjust the stuff with it. Hard to say if I need to put an actual light in there or if the emission from the filament is doing good enough. Well, regardless, there are a couple of little details that I would like to try adding in, because in a light bulb the filament doesn't just float there, it is held in place. So let's just see if I can get some kind of structure for this thing. So if I just pull that up. No, that's not gonna. Okay, I might just have to actually go and let's do this. Just copy that one little face there, and then extrude that upward. And there we go. Dang it, I can't. It's hard to see. I can't see through the bulb, obviously. I'll call this one Gizmo Bulb and just hide that for a moment, just so I can see what the hell I'm doing over here. And what I am doing the hell over here is just making a little thingamajig that should look like it's holding up the filament for the light bulb, like so. And then now that I've got one of them, I can just copy it and rotate it 180 degrees, and the music stopped again. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but it's annoying me. That looks good. And then select these bits, add a texture slot, because I want to make those copper. Don't do that. Come on. Okay. I lost my Twitch connection again. Twice in one stream. That's never happened once in a stream. So... okay. That was annoying. Welcome back. It's been approximately 15 seconds, probably. Hey, my connection has never been that bad. Something's going on with Twitch. Like seriously, something's got to be wrong with Twitch. I've never, like, I've had my connection go really, really bad at times, but I have never been completely disconnected before. Is that okay? So the yeah, okay. I guess it's still working. All right. Well, back to it, I guess. Oh, excuse me. And my music keeps stopping. No, don't just... there. I tell it play all tracks and it just keeps playing the same one that it was playing. Alright. So why don't I... okay, what is... yeah, okay, so I'll parent the glass to the base and the filament, oops, filament also to the base. What the hell? Filament to the base. Why is it putting it over there? Okay, maybe the filament to the glass and the glass to the base? What the hell? Origin to geometry. Okay, let's apply all the transformations. Reset the origin. Okay. No, come on. Got it? Got it, okay. All transforms. Reset origin. Parent to... what the... that's weird. And annoying. Whatever. Copy it. There. I think the crappy original had 3 light bulbs. I might just do 2. Because I do kind of like the idea of being able to see some of the stuff that's going on in the background. They're also like different sizes. Like one of them is short and the other 2 are like taller. And the bases are different. Like that is noticeably a thinner top piece than that one. Fucking no consistency. How can anybody think this bullshit will ever be like of acceptable quality to use for commercial purposes, to say nothing of the copyright nightmare that everything is going to be when they inevitably try. Let's also flip that one around, just so it's not quite so obviously a copy and paste of the first one. I also want to parent that and that to that. Maybe I can also parent the filament to the thing. No, why does it keep putting it over there? What is indicating it that it should be there? That is so weird. Just so anybody watching knows, when you hear me ask questions like that, if you know why something is happening when I'm trying to figure it out, feel free to chime in the chat and just tell me what is going on, or maybe what you think might be going on, because I'd be more than happy to hear some helpful advice from somebody who knows maybe a little more than I do, or maybe you just happen to know something about that specific issue that I am having. Don't be afraid to let me know if you know. Okay, so should I do 3 light bulbs or just the 2? If I put a third one on there, it's gonna kind of cover up a lot of the stuff in the background that I kind of had fun putting together. Grab it there. Like if I move this one over, or if I move both of them in the middle. Like, what is that? Or if I move both of them forward. Or maybe space them apart more. Actually, I don't hate that. You see, you have the light bulbs and everything, and then you can actually see most of the stuff in the background. I would like those tanks to be a little more visible, though. What can I do about that? I could just make them taller. Then I'd have to adjust the cable that I have going into it. And then I have to extend the end of it. I don't think that looks as nice. Yeah, I'll leave the tanks just as they are. But I actually, this corner just feels empty. I know it's not even in the shot or anything. I just don't like having empty corners. It's not an efficient use of space. And it is a less efficient use of resources to do what I just did, to add stuff to an area that's not going to be visible in the render, but I don't know. Like I said, I might do renders of a few different angles from this scene, so it makes sense to me to put things in places where you might not necessarily see them from the angle that I'm working on right now. Okay, what if I move this whole thing? Or if I try to move this whole thing? Just over a little bit. Maybe back a little bit. Because there was supposed to be other stuff on the table as well, so yeah. Oh god, I should have closed these collections. I think a bunch of stuff ended up in collections that I didn't intend to, so if I want to find something specific, I'm going to have to go hunting for it anyway, which kind of defeats the purpose of organizing stuff into collections in the first place. Camera. Right. I was going to try turning off the depth of field and just see how stuff looks without it. I don't know, I kind of like it a little better without any depth of field at all. Just one more thing to consider when I get to the final render, I guess. Okay, let's add some doodads to the box here. How about, what, there. How about a random cylinder with some cables coming out of it? And that's the end of that thought. A random cylinder with some cables coming out of it. Because the AI that generated this original version does seem to like its random cylinders. Like there's one here, no idea what this would even be. Just kind of looks like a messed up chunk of metal. And then there's this thing here, which might be connected to the gizmo, but who can say? Nobody can say. The AI certainly can't say, because it doesn't know. It doesn't know why it put something where it did. And you can't ask it why it did, because it doesn't know. Oh, actually, let's inset and then extrude. Actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's inset, extrude that down. Inset, merge. And then just actually make that a slightly beveled base there. and then inset and merge. And very importantly, shade auto smooth, and then go back to the other thing that I was gonna try to do. Just make a little sort of cutout ridge or whatever along the side there. Just like, there we go. And what texture? Worn dark metal again? Worn dark metal again. Why not? And we'll just put that next to the thing. Perspective really looks weird to me for some reason. Like from this angle, it looks like it's a lot further behind the box, but it's actually right next to it. Oh, that's why, because it's floating. I was like, what is going on there? It's floating. I wondered why it looked very off. Like, what? I was like, why is there light coming under it? There shouldn't be. Yeah, there we go. Now it doesn't look so weird. It still does look like it's kind of behind it though, but... yeah. And actually, I think what I'll do is just make another one of these, but scale it down, and have that be the connection point or whatever it is for the cables that are going to come out of that random cylinder. Yeah, that looks about right. Let's just bring it up a little bit. There. And I think I'm going to bring these light bulbs forward some more. If I could frickin' grab them. There. 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 Nope, not the box. There. Just bring those forward. What time is it? Almost 8 o'clock. I started at noon-ish, my time. Oh, I think you actually can see that bottle that I put up there now. Barely. Whatever. Okay. So, I did master the whole using curves to make coily sort of bits and things. So, actually, let's do this. Bring it up, and then do an extrude. And then pull that down, and actually I can just delete those faces because they're invisible, so it doesn't matter. There we go. Quit trying to render everything so fast. It's okay, do that, and then basically do the same thing. And then just delete that. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. And I think I'll use the rough leather material on the cables. Or I could just use the rubber that I used for the hose, because I forgot I did that, but... anyway. Music. Why do you keep stopping? Do I have that bad a connection, or is it just not auto-playing the next song or something? I don't know, but it's annoying. Pretzel. I don't like you as much as I used to. Okay, anyway. I was going to do a curve. That is a very big curve. I don't need it to be that big. Okay. Can I just rotate that? I can. Excellent. That saves a tremendous amount of time. Okay, let's get that going into the thing, more or less. That's probably not the way to do that. Just have it go in. Okay. Pull that in a lot. And I do need to extrude it some, so we'll do that. There's that sort of, oops, not quite. Yeah, I think that'll probably do. Why is the origin all the way over there? Okay. I think what I want to do actually is make this a lot bigger, but shorter. Not too much shorter, but I want to have several cables coming out of that and going into that. As much as I don't like covering up background stuff, this is kind of an important foreground element, so I will allow it to take precedence over me worrying about background stuff. Alright, to the curve, so it is in fact simple as that. Does it have to be so wide? I really don't like the fact that it has to be so wide. Oh, okay, interesting. Can I make it thinner? Can I do 0.001? I can. Okay, excellent. That is too thin, though. So 001 is too big, so how about 005? No, 005. Yeah. Maybe 003. Yeah, I think that'll do. And let's try rough leather. Red. Oh, I didn't change the names of the other ones. Oh, that does not work very well at all. That looks absolutely horrendous. Never mind. I will just do that. And subdivide. Yep, okay. So can I? Yes, I can still mess with that, which is fantastic because I need to. Why is that off center? There. Okay. So I don't even need to convert that to a mesh, which is great. It looks a little bit too thin for my liking. Let's try 4. I'll go back to 5. Okay, it looks like on the AI one they actually come out of the back of the box and into the top. So I don't necessarily have any need to really do that, but I will see how this looks if it is further back behind the box. It does kind of clutter up that section of the shot. I'm gonna undo that. If I make that a little bit smaller. It's not still floating. Yes, it is. Why don't I try bringing that base out a little wider? Okay. Make that bigger. And let's try add another curve in here. Okay, and that 10005. Nope, one too many zeros. There it is. Actually, that's even thinner. What is the reason for that? Because I didn't mess with the scale, that's why. Okay, so 7 maybe? Yeah, that looks good. Do also need to put a subdivide on that. There we go. Let's see how to do. What am I doing here? There we go. Oop. There. I just mess with that a little bit. I don't want it clipping. Let's bring that one that way. Okay, and where's the rubber material? There it is. Okay. Well, I'd say I'm a decent ways from actually finished. But I am coming up on the 8-hour mark, and this is what I got done. So I would like to continue working on this, but this is what I got in the time that I didn't really set like a hard time limit or anything, but part of the goal of this stream was to see just how much I could get done in one day. Like one average work day. Like if somebody hired me to do this kind of stuff like full time or whatever, I think they would be pretty happy with what I was able to get done in one day. And I mean, nobody, like, you don't do like one day's work for somebody, like if you're making this kind of stuff. You know, like you'd be on it for like a project, or like maybe if you're doing like one thing, you'd be like a freelance, like having a short-term contract or whatever. But you'd be given a lot more than one day to get to get something like this done. So with what I was able to get done in one day, I'm pretty confident that in just 2 days I could absolutely finish a project like this, because I basically did. There's still more stuff I have to add, but I think this looks pretty damn good right now. I mean, it's missing it looks a little bit empty because there's supposed to be more stuff on the table and all, but I'm pretty damn happy with what I got done in how little time I got it done in, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think I will crank up that render to 2048 samples, save this, and hit the render button and see what it gives me. So here we go. Let's pull out a little bit. There we go. I really like how those light bulbs came out. And I'm really happy I was able to figure out a way to make that work. Especially after tearing my hair out over it for as long as I was. Yeah, we'll let this rendering finish. Now, something about the shelves. Like, not the stuff on the shelves, but like the shelves. Something looks off to me. There would still be a lot of work to do on this, but I'm still pretty happy with what I got done in just one 8-hour day. Also, if I was working on this as like a job or like for somebody else, I wouldn't be streaming it and talking through everything I'm doing and going off on tangents and getting sidetracked and all that stuff and ranting about why AI is shit and all that. So if I wasn't streaming, I probably could have finished this in a day. Okay, it's got like 30 hours of music on here, and I'm pretty sure I've heard the same like 5 songs. What? No, I don't want to unlock more features. What? What filters? Oh, okay. I turned on YouTube Safe and Instrumental, so I guess even though it's showing some songs in the playlist, it won't play them because they're either not YouTube safe or they have like somebody singing. So it's probably not nearly as long a playlist as I would like. Man, Pretzel just kind of sucks now. Let's have some electro swing for now. Maybe, if I'm allowed to do that, Pretzel. Yeah, it is definitely clearing up that speckling problem. $2048 samples might do it. I was worried I might have to bump it up to even higher than that, but I think this will probably do, and then I can, if I need to, I can do a despeckle in the compositor. Oh, I forgot to turn the depth of field back on. That's probably also why it doesn't look as. I do kind of like it without the depth of field, but it does not. I mean, the whole point of depth of field is to add depth to the render, so. Well, I'm not going to stop it now. It's already been going for so long. Okay. I can't believe Twitch actually disconnected me twice in one stream. I've never had that happen before. I've never had it disconnect me. As bad as my connection has gotten in places, I've never had it go to actual zero and had it like end of the stream on me and then have to start it back up again. It looks like my connection's actually getting kind of crappy right now, but yeah, what Twitch? What is going on with you guys all of a sudden? I like this song. That is Barrel House by David P. Minnick. And the Electro Swing playlist on Pretzel, which I might not use in future streams anymore because I don't know, I like the music. I don't like how the site works. Because I had a thing that I downloaded from them that was supposed to do all that, and it would when it would start a new song, it would post the title and the artist to the chat. But now when I try to open that program, it wants me to log into Twitch through it, and when I try to do that, it just doesn't do anything. And I can't seem to find another. I thought maybe there's a new version or something that I have to download, or an update or something, but the only thing for download on the Pretzel website now is just a plugin for a Stream Deck. Unless I just didn't look hard enough. 535 out of 2048 samples. And it's looking pretty good. Kind of having mixed feelings about the books in the background now that I look at them more. can make more detailed, better looking books. Maybe put titles on a few of them.
Where are we at? 900, just about. 2048. Almost halfway there. Almost halfway. Well, not maybe 2048 was overdoing it. Maybe 1024 probably would have been fine. $10.50, past the halfway point. Yeah, I should have turned the depth of field back on. I still think it looks pretty good, but it would be better with the depth of field, blurring the background just a bit. Maybe I could adjust it. Could have adjusted it, rather. Yeah, those shelves still need some work. Yeah, something about it. I don't know. It's just not. I thought it was fine, but the more I look at it, it's just not working for me really well. $1,500.
Okay, yeah, 2048 was definitely overkill. Like, I would do it if it was... I should have saved that for the actual real final render. I'm pretty sure 1024 would have been perfectly fine just for what's here now. And yeah, still rendering. Still going, still going. Oh, excuse me. On the plus side, it looks like I won't have to do any despeckling in the compositor. As a fellow Blender man who's been accused of making AI art, I felt intrigued by the stream's title. Oh, thank you. It's, I kind of set a limit of... I tried to set a limit of 8 hours for myself, like not a hard limit or anything. Basically, I wanted to see how much I could get done in an 8-hour workday. So we're actually coming up on the end of this stream. So thanks for stopping by right at the end here. I was just waiting for this to finish rendering. I bumped up the samples to 2048, and it's taken a bit longer than I thought it might, but the render quality is coming out pretty nicely. I forgot to turn the depth of field back on though, so the background should be blurry, kind of, but yeah. This isn't the final version of it, but it's the final version that's going to be on the stream on Twitch. And I guess I'll finish it like off camera and probably post the final version. I guess I'll put it on Kara first, because then I can glaze it so AI can't steal it from me. Even though I kind of stole it from the AI originally, like... I keep closing it. I closed it for the last time because I thought I was done, but yeah, I don't know if you are familiar with Wizards of the Coast on Twitter posting this monstrosity, but yeah, I figured I'd try and make a good version of it, you know, one that doesn't have all this AI bullshit on the pressure gauge. Oh, that's something I didn't even get to. I had ideas for how I was going to do that. I was going to do the actual gauge, like whatever you call it, the meter in Inkscape, because I've just been learning how to use that instead of Adobe Illustrator, because fuck Adobe. But yeah, I basically wanted to make a good version of this. So yeah. Massive backlash and artists quit working for them. Yeah. So I kind of wanted to see for myself how good a job I could do at something like that, and basically make the point that I'm an inexperienced amateur at this, and if I can do this in one workday, there's no excuse for Wizards not hiring somebody to make something like from scratch and not use AI. Because if I can do this in such a short amount of time, there are professional Blender artists out there who could finish this project in this amount of time, and it would look even better than what I've got. So yeah, there's no excuse for a company like Wizards of the Coast not hiring somebody like that, even if it's just to make one background for one Twitter post. You know, there's no excuse. I mean, getting that job could be life-changing for somebody. The entire AI thing is such a sad development. Oh, did it just... Okay, it finished. I wasn't looking, but Blender does a weird thing where it's like the last like 100 like it'll render very slowly, and then when it gets near the end, it'll do the last like 10% of it just done. So yeah, it's done. Yeah, such a sad development for no kidding. Like that, and just the fact that all these corporate assholes who only measure everything in time and money. Like if you can't, you have to make a lot of stuff, and you have to make it fast, and you have to make it cheap. And AI can do that, and human artists can't do that. So that's the only advantage that AI has over humans, is that it's faster. It's not better, it's just good enough. And the people in the business suits see good enough and cheap and fast. So as far as they're concerned, they're getting good, cheap, and fast instead of pick two. And to hell with the artists whose work actually made that AI able to do what it does as fast as it does. Okay. But yeah, that render is done, and I think that looks pretty damn good. I wish I hadn't forgotten to turn the depth of field back on, but I'm gonna save that one as a work in progress. Steampunk Workshop WIP1. There we are. Okay, so now I've got that. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a day as far as the streaming goes. I might pull this back up and do some fiddling with it later this evening, but as far as the goal of the stream and all that, I would consider this a rousing success. What was that? Oh, that was my follow notification. I forgot. I forgot I had that set for my follow alert because I haven't been hearing it. Because I haven't been streaming, and few people actually follow me when I do. And the last time I did stream and my notification kept going off was because a bunch of bots kept trying to follow me, and there was that whole thing going on. So thanks for following me. I can't promise that I will be streaming again anytime soon. I do this very sporadically. But if you want to follow me on like Twitter or Tumblr or anywhere else, that would be the place to find out when and if I'm going to stream next. Let's go ahead and turn off Pretzel now, because the render's done, everything's done. Yeah. Huge success. Yeah, thank you. I don't know, maybe I'll do more art streams, but it'll, like, I don't know. Like, I have a lot of games that I want to play and a lot of games that I wanted to stream, but I just never got around to it. And I don't know, maybe someday in the near future I'll have the free time to really do all the stuff that I keep wanting to do and end up not having time for. And yeah, I would love to quit the job that I hate right now and do stuff like this. Just, I mean, not even necessarily stream it, but like make stuff like this for somebody. Like do, like, hell, if Wizards wanted me to do this background for their dumb promotion, I would have jumped at the chance. I also would have wondered how they figured me for a good person to do that, but I would have jumped at the chance. And I'm sure tons of artists, real human artists, would have jumped at the chance to do that. And they went with somebody who made something in AI. So they didn't make it at all. It was just, whatever. And it's not even the first time that they've gotten caught doing that. That's the really sad part. Like, they know people don't like it. And all they can do is give you a corporate bullshit non-apology, because that's what they do. They're a company. They're not run by artists for artists. They hire artists sometimes to do a job for them, and all they see is the time and the money that goes into it. They don't care about the quality. So yeah, that's capitalism for you. Yeah, so thanks everybody who stopped by, even for a little bit, even if you didn't say anything in the chat. I hope you had fun listening to me lose my mind over some of the weird Blender problems I had throughout the stream. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll do this again sometime if I have another project that I think merits being streamed. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna call it a night. So yeah, see you next time, whenever that may be.